until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
Indian, wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheep. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no Abbo man. Now these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around. I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the beat, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe?
Can y'all hear me? Oh, why is that working? All right, hold up. Thank you for letting me know. Just had the thing go silent and playing. Peace to that family. Hold on for a second. What about now?
Hey, you a one sider.
Yeah, I hear now. Hold up.
We all about that fake. Come on. Niggas always out here faking. Niggas always out here hating. Cause they know we bring that fake. Take it back. Hey, look. I'm trying to ooh. Say wale wale. Ooh, she bang bang. Ooh, say wale wale. Ooh, she bang bang. Ooh, she bang bang. She really, really, really. Rock the party. She really, really, really. Turn me out. She really, really, really. Rock the pussy. She really, really, really. Baby show. I said that, ooh, she wale wale. Ooh, she bang bang. Ooh, she bang bang. Hey, pussy. Ooh, she bang bang. It says, she really, really, really. She really, really, really. She really, really, really. She really, really, really heard the shit. Let's jump in here. Let's do it. Yeah. Now. We on the porch. Hey, what? Little bit of torch. Cause we on the front porch. You see a little bit of torch. We on the front porch. Hey, Wayne. Hey, Wayne, the Banner Boys rule. Ring. Around my way. Banner Boys rule. On the corners filled with sorrow. On the streets are filled with pain. Around my way. Parking lot. Parking lot. Parking spot. Around my way. On the corners filled with sorrow. First street. On the streets are filled with pain. And west side. And what they got? And you a west sider. Step it up. Step it up. Step it up. Step it up. Right the tree. Step it up. Now what they at? It's all working bud. Hey, wait, one more time, man. Where I go, people know. Where you go, that grass is always green. And baby, what you say? Release the chain. Biggest time I set my spirit free.
Where my ladies at? Ladies, y'all want to sing with me a little bit? This one is for my ladies. Yeah. Y'all ready, ladies? What we tell them? One nigga.
Oh, baby.
How you gonna get out of this one? Like no nigga.
No, baby.
Shoes can't get you out of this one like no nigga.
No, baby.
Why the fuck you just getting in the crib now like no nigga?
No, baby.
I gotta go, nigga. All my ladies say one nigga. How you gonna get out of this one like no nigga? Shoes can't get you out of this one like no nigga. Why the fuck you just getting in the crib now like no nigga? I gotta go, nigga. What the fuck am I so goddamn simple? Nothing you do makes me resentful. Cause I am done for good, but that depends though. I somehow always end up wanting to kiss you. Why the fuck am I damn simple? But everything you do makes me resentful. Cause I am done for good, but that depends though. I somehow always
LJ, what we doing, man? Alright.
Yeah, it's just me and my fancy cars. I pick up my fancy hoes. Cause you know we in the spot and you know we got the bar. We got the bar. This is backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
This boy is still
just me and my
angelic. That's
fancy
all you
cars. I put on my fancy clothes. Cause you know we in the spot and you know we got the bar. We got the bar. This is backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money. Yeah. Backyard money.
Hey, it's rock. Well, now I like it.
Oh no.
Southside, I like it.
Y'all, so let me tell y'all a little bit about DC culture and when he's talking about an O Cup family. So the O Cup is like a mixture of all kinds of, I think the one I had all kinds of white liquor mixed in it. And yeah, it's not for the weak. That's all I'll say on that O Cup shit. I think that's like a uptown thing. See, I'm not from uptown, but that's the uptown thing. And I know, when they sing about it, of course, everybody like, damn, I want to try O Cup.
Well, now I like it. The Southside, where we at, look. But now I like that old gun. We like the old gun. Parking lot. We like the old gun. Love that old gun. We like the old gun. Boys. We like the old gun. I like that old gun. We like the old gun. Until it is. We like the old gun. Love that old gun. We like the old gun. And where they at? South. Brooklyn. First to get it in. First to get it in. That's why I roll. First to get it in. First to get it in. It's suicide. But you smell it. Well, I smell it too. Oh, you smell it. Well, I smell it too. Cause I smell gas. Oh, you smell it. Well, I smell it too. I smell gas. Well, now I like it. Let's take a ride. Hey, wait, we're on the south side. Taking a ride on the south side. Made a left on MLK. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Riding high on the west side. Looking forward at the play. Wanna come out from the play today. Taking a ride on the south side. Made a left on MLK. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Riding high on the west side. Looking forward at the play. Wanna come out from the play today.
You wanna see my
Baby
like
fat.
you when you touch and squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine. Know you wanna
To all the
see
Aboriginal
mine.
indigenous
Like you when you
Indians.
touch
Shout out
and
to this
squeeze
family.
mine.
Hey, y'all.
Know you wanna
I'm
get in
warming
between
up.
mine. Feel mine, touch mine. I woke up in the club like what? Me and my girls tight jeans, fat butts. All the girls is hating on us. Cause they like the way we party. Ex-boyfriend hating in the back. Who addicted to this ass like crack? Niggas watching when I shake it like that. They staring at my body.
All the time. The pussy stay on my mind. Gotta get that from the
We get together, family. We gonna go to one of these. Y'all gonna have a good time.
The pussy stay on my mind. Gotta get that
Y'all little
from
drink.
the gotta get some of that.
Gonna have fun this year.
Know you wanna see mine. Like it when you touch and squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine. Know you wanna see mine. Like it when you touch and squeeze mine. Know you wanna get in between mine. Feel mine, touch mine.
Take it one, don't die.
Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't you? Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't you?
Hey y'all, I'm not gonna even lie. Young Curry Davis, you man, shout out to that brother. I want to show a little bit of that live after I show this documentary. Man, he had such a good live over there this morning. I don't know if y'all had a chance to hear him. I think his YouTube is called The Indigenous One. If y'all didn't subscribe to his YouTube channel, man, that brother be on there cooking. And the two young ladies who was up there, I'm not sure who. I know they said Miss Lisa and it was someone else. So shout out to them, man. Like that thing was real nice, man. It was just what I needed this morning to keep us on the path of what we trying to do here. Now y'all know I love me some go-go from my hometown. So hold on, they almost done. So this joint was way longer than that. They did a whole 40-minute set. Y'all really missed all the good stuff for real. I kind of just moved it up so it won't play so long.
Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't you? It was you. It's you. Oh, baby, you in the club like whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, baby, trying to go back, but the thing is back. Trying to go back, but the dance is back, yeah. Hey, and touch it, why don't you? Say, touch it, why don't you, baby? Hey, now, touch it, why don't you? Come here, girl. Touch it, why don't you, baby? Hey, now, touch it, why don't you? Touch it, why don't you, baby? Touch it, why don't you? And we'll see her. That's why. That girl is trying to roll. Hey, yo. That girl is trying to roll. Hey, yo. That girl is trying to roll. Come here, girl. And what he got? Come here, girl. They give me some sense. Baby fat. Baby fat. Baby fat. Give me that. What you got?
I got another good one too.
Baby fat. Baby fat. Give me that. Okay, run till you shine. That's how you get it. A dab at a time. That's transaction. That brings satisfaction. And I'm about to action. So I've been trapping. I gotta get it. Don't be reaching. Don't be grabbing. Cause I'll be looking and I roll with the crooks and I ain't shook, so I'ma keep on booking. That's how a nigga feel. I'm with it. Let's get in it. What? Hey, Bill. They know that one time, man. That's how we do it. True to the movement, we true to the music. What it do, oi? Do our boys. Headlines and turtlenecks, that's how we going. It's throwback, this a moment. Money, we get it, we fold that, and all of y'all know that. How we do it, this is exclusive. Stand on y'all 10, that's how we moving. Whoa.
Y'all, let me give y'all one more, man. Let me give y'all one more, man. Let me give y'all one more.
Yeah. We back again, y'all. Oh,
Give
yeah.
y'all one more.
Know we had to bring them through.
Shout out to them, man.
Motherfucking crew.
Shout out to
The legendary.
Yeah. Peace to the
T.O.B.
family. Hey, y'all.
Yes, sir.
We in here tonight, baby.
See, I'm getting tired of your shit. You don't never buy me nothing. Huh.
Yes, come on.
See, every time you come around, you got to bring Jim, James, Paul, and Tyrone.
Let's go, y'all. Come on, y'all ready to rock with me tonight? It's Mr. Tay.
See, why can't we be by ourselves sometimes? See, I've been having this on my mind for a long time. I just want it to be you and me like it used to be. But you don't know how to act. So matter of fact, I think you better call Tyrone. Yeah. Tell him, come on, help you get your shit. I think you need to call Tyrone. Yeah. But you can't use my phone. I'ma switch it up for y'all. See, I'm living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I'm living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. I think you better call Tyrone. Tell him, come on, help you get your shit. I think you need to call Tyrone. But you can't use my phone. No.
Nice with it. The whole band nice. Nice. He can sing. Now these little front porch concerts really good.
We on the front porch with it, We on the front porch with it, Touch me, take me, love me, hold me, depress me, pull up, black truck, ganja, bristle, blinding, heart so timeless, wishing you could see me, meet me, freak me. You're lost in the shape of my hips. You hope there is a move. And if you're really down, we could find it. Lost in an alley, made love by the trash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You hope there is a move. And if you're really down, we could find it. Lost in an alley, made love. Shape of the baby. Raise it up with your pillow. Your pillow. Mess it up with your sheets, your sheets. Take it down, take me down, take me down. I just got a new apartment. I'm gonna leave the floors wet. Walk around this bitch naked. Won't nobody tell me shit. I just got a new apartment. I'm gonna leave the floors wet. Walk around this bitch naked. Won't nobody tell me shit. Ooh, there goes my shirt up over my head.
Hey,
oh my. Oh, there goes my skirt down to my feet. Oh my. Oh, there goes my legs. They feeling so weak. Oh my. Oh, there goes my body. There goes my body. Oh, there goes my shirt up over my head. Oh my, oh, there goes my skirt down to my feet. Oh my, oh, there goes my legs, they feeling so weak. Oh my, oh, there goes my body. Hey, give me some. There goes my body.
Now, we in the go-go this year, Aboriginal family. We gonna get set up, man. We gonna get together.
Say what? Party with your boy. Yeah. Yeah. Let's work. I found pause. Come on. I DMB. I TOB shit. My brother Lucy. Let the beat rock over. PJ. Let's work. I found pause.
And Jamaicans talk about they invented the pocket. Now y'all listening to a pocket.
Take me there. I wanna go there. Take me there. Let's go there. Take me to that great place. My imagination. Take me there. I wanna go there. Take me there. Let's go there. Take me to that great place. Didn't think about yesterday, and I wanna know, is everything okay? See the magic in your eyes, and I know we're gonna be alright. Take me there, please. Take me there. I wanna go there. Take me there. Let's go there. Take me to that great place. My imagination. Take me there. I wanna go there. Take me there. Let's go there. Take me to that great place. Like this, she loves me. She hates me. She loves me. She hates me. Well, let me show it. Chick, chick. Shorty, shorty. Chick, chick. She loves me. She hates me. She loves me. She hates me. Let my shorty, shorty. Chick, chick. Hey, hold up. I see the time. Hey, Dougie Dog, we miss you.
Every move I make.
Dougie Dog, G.O.B. We miss you, Dog.
Single day, every time
Rest in
I
peace,
say I'll be missing you.
Rest in peace, so C.O.B.
What a bond to
Hey,
break.
Dog, hey, so we miss you.
What a life to take.
Everybody that lost someone.
Every single
Throw it out.
day, every time I pray, I'll be missing you.
Hey, Dougie Dog, we miss you. Hey, come on. Let's switch the time. I'm with it, do, y'all. Come on.
Every move I make.
Shout, shout, say what?
Every single
You know the end of
day, every time
Turn the
I
day.
pray, I'll be missing
Land
you.
over. Kill it. Hey, come on.
What a life to
School.
take.
On.
What a bond to break.
Hey, yeah, uptown, say what?
Every single day.
Try.
Time
Rest in
I
peace, my
pray, I'll be missing you.
Everybody, if you lost someone, throw it up. Well. Hey, yo, hey, show. Hey, Mike.
Oh, somebody out there.
We miss you. Hey,
Put it in the air for
CCL.
your people. Put it in the air for
Sweet
your
titties on my
people.
hands.
Rest in peace to everybody, man. Rest in peace.
Without you, my friend.
Let's
So,
go.
I tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. And I tell you all about it when I see you again. Old school. Hey, E. Come on. G.O.B. man. Hey, D.C. Front porch. My man Deuces. Rest in peace, Vinny. G.O.B. Here we go. And shout. Right before I let go. What it do? Yeah. Shout yes. Right before I let go.
gotta get the logo, nigga.
Hey, old school. Before I let go. Ready, speak the time. Come on, eat. Before I let go. One way, yeah. Young farmer. Hey. Before I let go. Hey, one way, speak the time. Come on.
You make me happy. Yes, you can,
Southwest, come
You
on.
stood right beside me. I won't forget. I really love you. You should know. I gotta make sure I'm right. Before I let go.
Y'all ready? Ooh, yeah. Come on. Whoa, yeah. Y'all ready out there? This right here is one of our originals right here. The T.O.B. bang. The front porch. My brother Nucci. My brother Nucci. Front porch. Front porch. One more time. Oh. A DMV shit. A DC shit. A PG shit. The T.O.B. banger. Hey. Y'all ready out there? Original music. I took the time of the shit. Come on. I'm sitting at the bar. 20 words show up. All chicks on me. All chicks on me. Come on. Hold one phone. Hold to the dead. All chicks on me. Hey, say what? Say what? Say what? 501 Bubbles the field. Okay, hey. 501 boys, come on. Southside, say what? You ain't down 1-4, nigga, fuck you. You ain't down 1-4. C40 Williams, C40. 35 double O. OKY. And front porch, hey. And Lucy, and E, and Katai, let's do it. Sit to the side of control, there we go. Shot, hold to the dead. Shot, hold Montana. Shot, 35 double O. Shot, free one-way movie. Shot, got my man too. Ay, one-way, yeah. Young Baba. Southside, my brother Nucci. Front porch. The T.O.B. banger. Hey. T.O.B. we make it do what it do. Y'all know we got that DC flow. One time do it in the go-go. The city got locked. Everybody tell the man don't stop. One time for the all the world. Let's learn to have some fun. Sit back the bar. Free one-way movie, come out. Hey, we gotta clap it song.
Hey, hold up, before I let them crank that, wait a minute, y'all. So how many people in the chat is actually from the DMV, from DC, from Maryland, from VA, from Baltimore? I don't give a fuck. Let me know, young, because this year is going to be our year. The DMV, Aboriginal Indians, we need to have our faction, and it's time for us to get in a fold together. So, man, put something in the chat. Let me know what's up, and maybe we can all work together and come together, man. All my DMV peoples, you know what I'm saying? We could get our shit moving and popping right here in our city. So, in our area, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like this summer and going into maybe the fall time, you know, I really want to plan our DMV Aboriginal link up. You know, I want to get us on the mall. I want to get us at this African American museum so we could talk to people at the museum, so we can get on the mall and talk to other people and advocate for what's popping. And we can really start to get this shit going. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we ain't got no time to waste. We right here in the middle of everything, which is everything. We in the capital city. We in the capital area. So it's nothing that we can't do. So I would love, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to set up some stuff real soon, like an email and everything, like something separate, so that we all can come together, or everybody that's from my city who know the truth. You know what I mean? So, yeah, shout out to everybody that's from the area. Yes. Shout out to my peoples, man. Yes, come on, PG Hospital. Hey, West Virginia, y'all in there too. Shoot, West Virginia ain't far. Shit, West Virginia right off of the Hagerstown line. Everybody that's in that area, everybody that's in the immediate, you know what I'm saying? Wherever, shit, you could come from wherever you want, really. I'ma always welcome that. North Carolina, South Carolina, you know what I'm saying? New York, all of y'all, Delaware, Pennsylvania, everybody. But I'm also speaking to my folks who right here, we local, and we can make some shit shake right here. We can get together and we can start really getting this popping, because I love to get together. Like, we can go to the go-go. We can do whatever. We can do whatever. So, yeah. Let me let y'all hold up, because I'm going to get to the documentary that I want to play. But I'm having a good time, and I'm enjoying this music. What's up, Cosmon? I've been dropping the link. Anybody could come up. You know what I'm saying? This is an open topic, open night. But I do want to show a documentary about Roger Whitetop. And you know what I'm saying? And then we'll, you know, keep it pushing from there. And I'll open up the panel and we'll rock like that. Come on, Born in Greater Southeast. I was waiting for my hospital to pop up. I was waiting for somebody to say they was born in Greater Southeast, because I was. Period. Shout out to my DC, Maryland, Virginia, Baltimore. Shout out to everybody. West Virginia. Shout out to the whole area, man. Shout out to everybody that's awakening, man, especially in our area, because we know where we from and we know how it is, man. We know how it is. So it's a beautiful thing to be in the know and to be in a full understanding of who you are, knowing that especially where we from, y'all, because our shit is sacred indigenous land. So let's talk about it. And I can't wait to do more bills on DC about just everything. You know what I mean? Like, we can really get into it and dive deep, because people don't even see that is our home. That's just the base. That's just the base for the indigenous movement. Y'all can't deny it. Hey, Cosmon, give me a second, y'all, because I'm gonna crank the rest of this TOB. Hold up. They ain't got that much to go.
Hey,
It's time to clap.
Go ahead, my bad.
before you play it, they got a song, right, that's hot. And the sister be singing and she lead on this song. I forget the name of it. And it's something about like is it about being a real nigga? They got a song. These guys right here. And they play it on this punch uh porch front little thing. And I don't
You
know
talking about
I don't know the
Backyard
name of it.
the other band I was
I
playing,
know
or these guys?
it's them.
The other band.
Cause they got it's a sister. She wearing a hat though. She looked like a dude,
You might be talking
but
about Kim.
she's singing. She's singing. Oh, what is she saying? She's singing something real catchy, like, oh my god.
Yeah,
And
she
you know,
well,
you gotta know what I'm talking about. They some of the new logo, and they did this front porch. You dig what I'm talking about?
okay.
And the song is saying something about, oh man,
This
I'm
still be
on it.
the last one I was playing was Backyard. Hold up. And then I mean, a lot of them got some catchy shit.
Yeah,
I ain't
they
going
say something about being, niggas ain't that real.
let me
They
see
say
where else she's saying at. Let me see.
something about niggas ain't that real.
Nah, that's her hitting hello. She do a lot of singing. I don't know who you said she had on a hat. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
looks like a
have to think
fella.
about it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about who it could be.
I thought it was them. That's why I was just jumping in quick to tell you don't play that. But
Shit, I don't know. I gotta see because, like, you don't know the exact words. I ain't gonna be able to really, you know.
right, let me fall back. I'm gonna find the video, and then I'm
Yeah,
gonna post it.
sound good.
Okay, then.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. We gotta clap song. It's time to clap it up. Yeah. Y'all ready? Come on and listen to that. Clap. Oh, pussy, throw that ass back. Clap. Clap. Oh, pussy, throw that ass back. Clap. Oh, pussy, throw that ass back. Clap. And you got it, T.O.B. Hey, she made it clap. I told her do something for me. Turn that ass around and keep that ass clapping for me. Hey girl, I told her do something for me. Turn that ass around and keep that ass clapping for me. Hey girl, I told her do something for me. Turn that ass around and keep that ass clapping for me. Hey girl, I told her do something for me.
Oh, he want to hear this niggas ain't real. All right. He want to hear me. I can't really sing like Wincy. I'm gonna have to. I can find that one actually. I'll find that one after T.O.B. I think I know where that joint at actually.
Come on, don't say that. Go, girl. Don't say that. I tell you, don't say that. Hey, hold up. We gotta clap a song. When that was time to clap it up. Yeah. Front porch, no, they fucking with me. My brother Nucci, it's time to clap it up. Yeah.
I throw that 5 of you. I do that 3-4 times again. I testify for you. I told that lie, I killed that bitch. I do all of them around you scared to do. I'm not. Long as you jugging out here for me, I got it. Mobbing, scheming, looting. I'll hide your bodies. Long as you dreaming about me, it ain't no problem. I don't got nobody just with you right now. To the truth, I look better under. I can't lose. I'm with you. How can I snooze? I miss the moment. You just too important. Nobody do body like you do. I can't lose. When I'm with you. How can I snooze? I miss the moment. You just too important. Nobody do body like you do. In the drop top ride with you, I feel like Scarface. Like that white bitch with the bob, I'll be your main one. Take this argument back up to my place. Sex remind you I'm not violent, I'm your day one. We had shit, yeah. It was tragic, yeah. Smash and grab shit, yeah. Nasty habits take a hold when you not here. In a hole when you not here. On the go when you not here. I'm saying I can't lose. I'm with you. Like snooze and miss the moment. You just too important. Nobody.
She is so beautiful. Oh my God, just pretty and sing down, okay? I mean, can sing. And I love that about our people. Like, they can't do nothing with us. Let me see if this is what Cosmo was talking about.
Treat her like a live on the porch. Gotta get the torch. Yeah. Hey, they riding on the avenue. Gotta keep it true up. One more time, baby. Y'all know what to do. Back y'all for life. Till they turn up my lights. These youngers be sight. They doing it hype. They ain't doing it right. Tell them put down the guns. Let's have some fun. Let's do it for young. The ones that's gone. Busting up heads. Running for fears. You know what they did. Rock that fifth. You know what they do. Back y'all, baby, always come through. We laugh on the book with nephew Nucci. One more time, she got to give me some Gucci. Ride again, ride for the fifth. One more time because they love that shit. This is for you and all of you and all the crew. We got to keep shit through. That's right. Yeah.
Get in that pocket, man. Every time.
Extended version. Yeah. Come on. I heard it the bar. Say you got it going on.
Yo.
Yeah. Some of that dope by job, baby. We got you dripping wet. Hell yeah. The way we make you sweat. Give me some of that dope by job, baby. Southside. Live for the boys. Yeah. Boy. Snow cap. And we'll be at you. They did. They like this. Hey, I took a rub instead. I took a rub. I took a rub. Got a ride. I took a rub instead. I took a rub. I took a rub. Hey, wait, come on, wait. We don't give a fuck about you. Your homie on your block to get into. You little motherfucker, thank you. Thank you. Don't make me put this shit on you. Your homie ever been upon you. You little motherfucker, thank you. We don't give a fuck about you. Your homie on your block to get into. You little motherfucker, thank you. Yeah. So make me put this shit on you. Tell me I'm a nigga, don't you. Little motherfucker, thank
I see you.
Live from the porch with Nooch. Free my nigga Booby. I'm coming home to you when something see through. Live from the porch. So I can see your heart. For I can never
It's hard.
soon enough for your way. You can find my weakest spot. Yeah. Better woman to breathe and sleep next to. That's why I'll always be with you. Yes, I'm funny like a clown, but I'll never down. As long as you're around, there will never be your love one for me, because you're shining beneath me. Oh, 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 Come on, Wayne. 'Cause you never have to beg me to come to bed. 'Cause I walk you there each night. And if you want me to, baby, that's what I will do. That's why I'll always be with you. Yeah.
Hey, Sister Cherie.
Live from the porch. Yeah. Free my man Booby.
Hey, Sister Cherie.
Huh?
These the right people. They named Nucci, right?
Yeah, that's Nucci from the front porch. This backyard, well, that's Weensy and Big G. But then the
Okay,
other one,
now
old band. I know about the song that you want.
you know what I'm talking about? That so these niggas ain't real. So these niggas ain't real.
Yeah, I'm about to find that
It's
John
like
now.
the first time. Hey, play that jump for me. That's my jump right there.
I played.
That's my Jake right there, man.
I think they performed it on here.
Yeah, it's the first song.
Boy.
Yep.
Look.
This shit hard, y'all.
Get together, bitch, whatever. Gotta clip them when they tripping, you know bitches extra. They ain't changed, I know shit ain't what it once was. Now you in the club, every night fucked up. I ain't even thinking, I'm just drinking, titty popping. She want me see a shorty geeking, got them titties popping. Standing on the table, popping bottles, Billy rocking. I'm a product of the nigga, got the city popping. I'll admit it that a nigga got commitment issues. Hard for me to fuck with women that ain't beneficial. Made a name for myself and everybody cousin. Everybody hate him, everybody love him. Everybody opinions, don't nobody want him. That nigga gave us 2 cents and acting like he funded. This ain't the place for niggas faking. Yeah, hey, some of you niggas ain't real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Some of you niggas ain't real.
Whole city.
Yeah.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, I ain't even played the first half of this, y'all.
So hard.
The whole DMV.
And y'all know who that is, right?
I don't want to die.
Hey, put a one in the chat if you know who that
Hey,
is
Wayne.
right there talking. I know y'all seen The Wire. I know y'all know Slim Charles. I know y'all know who that is. One of the best characters on The Wire. One of them. Shit.
Mothers hold their head and cry, 'cause their son has been shot down on the streets and died. Mothers hold their head and cry, 'cause their son has been shot down on the streets and died. Drop the Unabomber.
Hey. I know nothing about that drop the Unabomber.
I don't wanna die. Hey, true. I don't wanna die. One
Yo.
like this, hey. To the whole uptown, drop the ball. To the whole south side, drop the ball. To the northeast side, drop the ball. To the whole southwest, drop the ball. To my MD side, drop the ball. VA they all night, drop the ball. Say we doing it like this.
I think Big G was also a slave slave, they said.
I don't wanna die.
I ain't never seen 12 years of slave, y'all.
I wanna die. Yeah. I don't wanna die. Yeah. I don't wanna die. Hey, heartbreak. Heartbreak, bang. This is heartbreak. Come on. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. I don't wanna die. This is heartbreak. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. This is heartbreak. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. Southside. Heartbreak. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. Hey, look, you know they riding in that Caprice.
Listen to beat, last down on the young sucker, give a young a grief. Hey, come, yo, get skiller in your pocket. Split day, be about a profit. The scene plans is called fast. Letters and Megan, if they thinking that the song it ain't shaking. Come out the woods and try way. Rip off the game and nigga, what your man say? Hey, real niggas still never see their names on walls. And you sell drugs, you ball. Yeah, you the bummer. Some a bummer type. Hard like some big action figures. Who shot? Do a scratch. Hey, lucky study stuck in the game. Holla out your blood, your blood, your blood, your blood. Come on, boom.
I don't wanna die. Right. Yeah. See, I don't wanna die. Hey, Twan. Yeah. See, I don't wanna die. No. Hey, heartbreak. Hey. This is heartbreak. Hotel. Get to heartbreak.
Man. Woo. Them boys don't play, man. Woo. And it's like that in an actual show. It's like that. Like, it is like that. Like, it's no doubt about it. Like, the energy is just like that.
Hotel. This is heartbreak. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. This is heartbreak. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. This is heartbreak. Hotel. Welcome to heartbreak. Hotel. The dark sides of town.
Fire.
Live. Yeah.
Fire.
Hello, it's me.
This song got on my nerves. Woo. Like, I liked it, but Lord Jesus, I mean, they wore it out. I said, okay. Like, I'd rather
They
listen
wore
to
that more
it.
out, didn't they?
Yeah, it's only because, you know,
They said
once
they
it
wore
becomes
it out.
a full hit, then they start playing it just like the other joint they had to the what's the shit? The Pieces of Me. Man, they played that shit non-stop. That's how that shit be though.
Play my joint for me though. We got to throw it back for him. See, you gotta take it back for him a
You
little
want
bit.
to hear? You want to hear?
You know what I want to hear. You know what I want to hear. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I got you. I got
You gotta
you.
play my joint. They ain't listen to go yet.
I got you. Hold up. Let me just see what they.
Don't be scared of me. Oh, yeah. No, this kind of feeling is so hard to say.
Song I'm looking for.
Hey, oi, boy, say. Hey, Poe, say. That old ain't get the rocket. To the bounce that booty, baby. Yes, sir. What were they talking about, y'all?
It was a song.
I was really love you.
All right, they ain't playing the one I want to play. I thought they was about to play the joint I wanted to hear. All right, y'all. Let me find that one for you, Cosmo. Yeah, because
they come back to that junkyard. You did talking about some of that EU army. You see what I'm talking about?
We back at it again, y'all. Live from the front porch. Another go-go night. Legendary. Reprisal fans at Def Jam. Live from the front porch present none other than the legendary Junkyard Band. Yeah. Uh-huh. Boy. J. Yep.
Oh, they came right on there. I got time for our hit this two-step.
On the front porch, y'all. Let's work.
Talk about the W-O-R and the D. Talk about the W-O-R and the D. W-O-R and the D. Talk about the W-O-R and the D.
Well, now Farmer Brown can't sell his crop because the springtime flood. The government is moving in. He say, hey, you better sell that mud. We said, what's happening? What's the word? I mean, are you people haven't you heard? The trip is getting deeper and it's not too funny. Biden gave the Pentagon all out money.
Talk about the W-O-R and the D.
Tell about the word.
Talk about the W-O-R
I'ma tell you.
and the D.
Tell about the word.
W-O-R and the D.
Tell about the word. Oh, give me the scrap. One time. Hit 'em.
I got the move for you.
Yeah. Old school one time.
Cosmo.
Reminisce a little bit.
Talk about the grain, not the mention. Look at how we flip it to a whole other dimension. And look at the extension. And we done went global. How you say we all know when you're still dealing our flow though? Hey, well that's 99 cents plus tax. LSC, love soul, crank back. Well that's 99 cents plus tax. JYP, man, bring the beat back.
the mood for your ass.
Good junkyard fan from Washington, D.C., y'all. On the front porch. Where they are. Front porch yard, y'all. Yo, Fred, Bonnie, too. Nino and Bamba be creeping through. We doing the barrel. We doing the barrel. Rock, rock, rock. Rock, 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 rock. We got Willie and Fred, the South Side crew. The North Carolina crew be creeping through. We doing the barrel. We doing the barrel. Rock, rock, rock. Rock, 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 rock. Come on with it. Freaking these on. I got y'all freaking in the freaking these on. Hey, tune. Every hour is gonna get on. I gotta love Joe for your body and your skin tone. But it's on, it's on. You better freak the lady, freak the lady. You're all that I need and I'll be there for you. But if you keep it real with me, I keep it real with you. Come on, you better be good if I were you. Make a clap, hey, I make a clap, JC.
Hey.
Make them sing to this. Yo, we go, oh, oh. It's on, it's on. You better freak me, baby. Freak me, lady. You're all that I need and I'll be there for you. If you keep it real with me, I keep it real with you. Come on. You better be good if I were you. Let day pop round and round we go. The way we stop, nobody knows. Let the day go round and round. Hey, hey, ooh, ooh. The DFB, yeah. Round and round we go. The way we stop. Nobody knows that they go round and round. Yeah, yeah. Okay, but with my drummer. Wow, yeah. Wow, yeah. Wow,
cranking hard as shit, Libra, son. Cranking hard as shit.
Tell now we go. Still out. Oh, pick the game up a little bit back. Hey there, man. What is you doing now, people? Wow, it's the time to party. Hey. I-I-J-Y will listen to the groove that's satisfied. This should be turned up at a high volume. Turn it up. Listen one more time now. This should be turned up at a higher volume. Turn it up. Here come my, here come my, lock it down. People jump up, people jump up, people jump up, get up, get up, get up. And if you move and chill, then like the water. We got the fucking people, so don't you fake us. Yo, we are people, they take us, take us, take us, take us. We come on, freedom, we come on. Yo, with 2 peas in a bucket, I think it's time to roll. You can't mess with you, baby. Jump, jump. 2 peas in a bucket, I think it's time to roll. You can't mess with you, baby. Jump, jump. We're 9 swab brothers, coming straight to sound. And the track record proves it ain't all I did. If you got first, you ain't all. The weak family, we rocked it all. Rough it up. Put me on the highway, folks, right now. We going higher, higher. You tell. We going higher, higher. Feel, yeah. We going higher, higher, higher. We going higher, higher. Remember we? 7 execution. Remember we? I had no before. Remember we? What I'm not power. We're not away. Remember we? 7 execution. Remember we? I had no before. Remember we? What I'm not power. We're not away. Oh, yeah. Out and play. 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 We are high. Wait a minute. Get on the house to lock it. Hey, come on. Come on, New York. Come on, Carolina. Come on, Austin. Come on, Detroit. Come on, Will. Come on, DLB. Yo, go ahead and get down. Go ahead and get down and say why. Wait a minute. I'm gonna let that queen go. Oh, boys, come on, come on. Do the very queen. Once again, a good JYB. Representing the whole go-go this evening. We say the front porch, but let us get on down this evening. To represent the DMV, let it fall. Let it fall. Now, I got no idea. Overtime now, we. Yeah.
Woo! Come on, John.
Dr. Line, if we ain't got about y'all too. We forgot about South Cal. That's my family down there. Let it fuck. Let it fuck. You made it out here, Winston. My Winston sounding crew. We ain't forgot about you either, man. One more time, yo. Hey, you better let that train go. But wait a minute. Oh, my God. Come on, come on, come on. Do the very great. Yeah. 2002 folks, they white queen. Let's go back a little bit. Yo, you better let that queen go. Oh, wait a minute. Young Bravo. Come on, come on. Yeah. Yo, hey. Sally. Hey, and Pork and Beans. Take you back one time. Hey, Sally. Hey, and Pork and Beans. Taking you all the way back. Sally. Hey, and Pork and Beans. Just take them back, y'all. Sally. Hey, and Pork and Beans. Yo. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Yeah. Every morning, about 1:45. Sorry. The people started doing the news. Sorry. My mama, what shall I do? Sorry. Do the go-go and let's do your thing too. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. You better and forgive me. Hey, you better get it on down. You better get it. Yeah. You better get it. Yeah. You better get it, y'all. Come on. My man James. Oh, I see you playing the guitar, huh? My man, oh, you know you got your bass line now. My man, dog. Oh, I see you laying the chops in there. Hey. Yo, sorry. Yo, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Yo, hey. Every morning, about 2:45. Sorry. The people started following me. Sorry. My mama, what shall I do? Sorry. Do the go-go and just do your thing too. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. One more time, goddamn, to the bass, y'all. Every morning, about 3:45. Sorry. The people are they asking for more. Sorry. My mama, what shall I do? Sorry. Do the go-go and just do your thing too. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Sorry. Hey, and forgive me. Hey, sorry. You better and forgive me. Hey, you better calm them down. Yeah. Yo, there's a guy I know that's in the back, and he all about having fun. Having fun. He goes by the name of what we call him Big Young, yeah. Now Youngin loves to eat, and he also known for cranking the beat. So the early cut of you that he's too
Sounded
fat.
like that.
Big Young, show the people now how you gonna act.
To me, like that stuff be sounding like old school hip hop infused with the go-go sound. Like I love it.
Before we get up out of here, man, we preach like it's thank the front porch for letting us get down this evening. We gonna go there worldwide with this. Might go viral. Let's go. Watch your step. Yeah. Trey. Come on. Take me on out to see junkyard. Hurt the young brother going out. Putting it out of the physical. Yeah. And young fella running around the way. We came to baby come to make it. Bringing you the focus sound. So you can have fun and really get down.
Take me out to see junkyard.
Oh, we done with DMV.
And then they be going hard. Take me out to see junkyard.
We love you, local community.
And then they be going hard.
Take me on out to see junkyard. Let the young brother be going out. Pulling out of the physical. Yeah. And young brother feeling around the way. We came to baby come to make the day. Bringing you the focus out. So you can put it really get down.
Take me out to see junkyard. And then they be going hard. Come on. Take me out to see junkyard. And then they be going hard.
I do the ER.
Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Hey.
Before we go, I do the ER, y'all. Get.
They doing a hee-haw. Yeah, they hear that hee-haw. They better take it back. Yeah, they don't know nothing about it.
Now give it a bop, 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 Atlanta City, you love the hee-haw.
Yeah, hitting that hee-haw. They don't know, man, come on now. Talk about no originality shit. We make up our own dance moves.
Get your hands in the air. Get your hands in the air. Get your hands in the air.
Say what, say what?
Yeah. NPR, get your hands in the air.
Oh, yeah. Hold on there.
Get your hands in the air. Get your hands in the air.
Say what, say what? This way,
Which way?
that way, which way?
Hey.
This way,
Which way?
that way,
Which way?
this way.
Hey.
What is it? Say what, say what? I don't know what y'all been doing. We can't get
Let's
go, 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 go.
Come on.
I don't know what y'all been doing.
Hey.
We can't get to stop this violence. Go, 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 go. Say what, say what? Up in the road.
Hey.
Crowd real hype, but I told you.
Hey.
There's some on it. People in the party said they really want it. Nobody put it down like Cool Benny. Straight to the bank, gotta give them plenty. Don't know what y'all going through. I'ma tell you what party came to do.
Say what, say what?
I don't know what y'all been doing. We came here to rock this party. Let's go, 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 go.
Come on.
I don't know what y'all been doing.
Hey.
We came here to rock this party. Let's go, 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 go.
Well, a party ain't a party till it's ran all through. And if it's about money, that's true. Move, killer, the animal, the crowd, controller, not crystal skate, but your girl. So
Oh, hold on.
People don't say no, talking about fashion, battle while fashion, speed it up fast. Yeah, I got them going crazy. But yeah, you know that life. Hey, me, party with me though.
I don't know what y'all been doing.
We got to do this especially for our girl Soraya. Give a hand for some sweet Soraya. I didn't know this was her son Darian over here. Big Darian over there. My man, and where's Nikki? Sweet Nikki, my man Johnson, everybody right here at the NPR Tiny Desk. Yeah, everybody feeling good? Feeling good? That's what we're talking about. Now we're talking to the folks that got the big dreams. Everybody in here got big dreams, right? Everybody, we hope that you are fulfilling your dreams. But if you've been thinking about leaving home and going to Hollywood, it doesn't. Is that right? Shut up, to the sweet now. Y'all spoiling me now. What you want me to do?
That's the piece to the Godfather.
One more time. I don't hear you. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. With the way it's so easy, you can use the bottom, take it any way that you please. Rock your bottom because I know that you got them. Can't do without them, don't tell me you forgot them. You got to do, that's what it took. To keep me shook, now you got me hooked. If it gets a negative, we won't let it. Now everybody come along and kick it with me. I'm just another brother from DC. Every different beat, I got a freaky deep style. Me and the band wanna make y'all smile. Peace, love, is holding the front and behind me. Kicking it in the pocket for the lady shaking the honey. Like it, I love it, want some more of it.
Hey, come on.
Say, oh. How you feeling this evening, y'all? Tell me what you feel like doing, y'all. Do you feel like moving your body, y'all? Or do you feel like moving your body,
That
y'all?
crowd, man. White people in there, y'all see that?
Moving your body, y'all.
Look at the white folks in the crowd, partying in the crowd. Yeah, look at her.
Let me hear you say, whoa. Get it. One more time, and I roll. Good to see you, Mr. Tigger. One more time. What's that big window from Petersburg? We got the whole crew in the house tonight. We got the new school in the house tonight. One more time, we got the old school in the house tonight. We got the new school in the house tonight. Where they at? 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 Where they at?
That's why that good song, baby.
That wasn't that.
Talking about a pocket, man. Something about that pocket. You know what's so crazy? And Chuck Brown oozing all kinds of indigenous. He's oozing indigenous. Look at this man. Look at him. You about to tell me that ain't no indigenous aboriginal Indian right there? Y'all ain't about to tell me that ain't an Indian right there? Please. Please, okay? Indigenous thing.
Happy birthday, Jordan Leo.
Godfather of Go-Go.
Y'all tired yet? You ain't tired yet. Just getting started yet. I didn't show you right. Get it, drama sound, y'all. One more time. What you call biscuits, baby? Now we gonna get some pancakes. Go mighty mo, kick it. Go mighty mo, kick it. Go mighty mo, hit it. Go mighty mo, kick it. What's your real friend? Mr. Jenkins, so good to see you. I could be your Iceman, and I could be such a nice man. I don't push and shove, unless I make it love. You can be the queen of my castle. I will never give you no hassle. Baby, you can ride my tide now, so you decide to smile now. I'm gonna man for you, baby. Be that a natural lover man. Ain't that your hoochie coochie man? Ain't that your hoochie coochie man? Wow! Hey, man. Natural lover. I'm your hoochie coochie man. Wow! I'm your man. Natural lover, baby. You hoochie coochie man. Yeah, yeah. Much love going out to all of the Leos in the house, baby. Happy birthday to you. Got some Scorpios too. And all the Cancers, Pisces, Sagittarius. Come on. It don't mean a thing if you ain't got the go-go swing. Is that what? Oh, I love you so much. One more time, baby. It don't mean a thing. Got that go-go swing. What I say? You go. Oh, shucks now. By a special request, y'all. You got that go-go swing. You go do-wop. Do-wop, do-wop. Special request, y'all. You got that go-go swing. You go do-wop, just do your thing. Y'all wanna do it by yourself one more time? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Sounds so good, you gotta do it again, brother, now. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Woo, y'all look good at me. Yes, indeed. You see your lips are like red and ruby cherries. That's why I'm never in a hurry when it Come time we can make love. You make me wanna go do wild. Let you listen. I like red and Rudy better than the summer sky. And if you ask me, girl, I just couldn't tell you why. Oh no. But it don't mean a thing, y'all. You ain't got the old color swing. You go do don't change a thing. If you ain't got that go-go swing, you gon' Then your lips are like red and ruby cherries, better than the summer sky.
So I was making plans to do a video on Odessa Marjorie, but while I was researching her life, I came across a man that was implemented in a conspiracy hearing that included multiple Underworld figures from DC, as well as some cops who were also being investigated. His name was Roger Whitetop Simpkins, a DC legend in the Underworld during the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. He kind of looked white in the photo, but this was a black man. Whitetop was the head of one of the largest gambling operations in the city, with police on his side, money flowing from the numbers racket, and upon further research, I came to the conclusion that on one hand, his story never been shared on YouTube, but also I was unlocking a part of the city's underworld history, which brings us to the title, Roger Whitetop Simpkins and the Early Racketeers of DC. During the Civil War, more than 25,000 Black Americans moved to DC. Although some were already in the city, the landscape was way different. DC always had an underworld, Irish gangs who came from neighborhoods that were eventually wiped away, such as Murder Bay, pictured here. Murder Bay was the slums, a name given to an area of Northwest, south of Pennsylvania Avenue. This place was so violent that the local police stayed away. It was poor people living in poor conditions. Murder Bay was also known for its brothels and gambling. Another neighborhood in Ward 2 in the 1800s was called Hell's Bottom, a former contraband camp that went from 7th to 14th Street Northwest, as well as O Street, and it really was the bottom. As far as the homes in that area, they were rundown homes that people lived in where they could barely stand upright without their heads hitting the top of the ceiling. They called them shanties, which is slang for a bad-built, rough-looking shack. The projects that we know today, such as Potomac Gardens, Kenilworth, Greenleaf Gardens, don't even compare to the conditions some of the folks faced in Hell's Bottom. In 1888, two black males from Hell's Bottom named Osborne and George would lose their lives along with an officer named Crippen. George shot Osborne and was chased by the officer, then cornered at a saloon on 12th and Q Street. Officer Crippen tried to follow George up the stairs in the saloon, and George let off shots at the officer. Officer Crippen returned fire and both were struck with bullets. All three of the men died. In the year 1900, one of the residents named Keith Sutherland said in a Washington Post article, "Money was scarce and whiskey was cheap, a certain sort of whiskey, and the combination resulted in giving the place the name which it held for so many years. The police force was small, there was no police court, and the magistrates before whom offenders were brought rarely fixed the penalty at more than $2. Crime and lawlessness grew terribly, and a man had to fight whenever he went into the bottom." Speaking of the bottom, southwest of Hell's Bottom, you had Foggy Bottom, a community that remains today, but in the early 1900s, it was the stomping grounds of the Foggy Bottom gang ran by Emmett Warren and his two brothers, Leo and Charles. The Warren brothers thrived through Prohibition, and for those who are not familiar with Prohibition, I'll keep it simple and straight to the point. It meant the sale of alcohol was illegal. Bars, clubs, saloons, gambling spots, none of them could sell alcohol when the government passed a law in 1920 saying just that. But what's crazy is DC made their own decision about 3 years earlier in 1917 to ban alcohol. So by the time it was a national thing, people in the city were already feeling animosity towards the government, especially those who relied on the sale of alcohol to make ends meet in the local spots. But people like the Warrens took advantage of the situation. They became kingpins selling alcohol like bricks of cocaine, barrels full. Emmett Warren and his brothers transported and distributed alcohol. The Warrens and other bootleggers utilized stills outside of the city, some in Virginia and Maryland, away from the action. And they made a killing off of it in D.C. The Foggy Bottom and Georgetown area was controlled by Emmett and his brothers. So Foggy Bottom back in the 1900s was different from today. It was a mixture of white immigrants who came from other countries as well as blacks during the Civil War. It was rough back then. They utilized alleys to house black Americans and it became overcrowded. But more importantly, the people did what they had to do. They made it work. But when there's hard times, people gonna search for and find an escape, whether if it's drugs or alcohol. And the thing about whiskey is, no one really saw it as being a bad thing. And the government making it illegal wasn't enough to make people refrain from indulging. And on the flip side, hustlers gonna recognize an opportunity to make their coins. A hustler will always rise from the dirt, from the bottom. The Foggy Bottom gang will have shootouts on the streets over differences, over claimed territory. And beef draw heat from the law. And because of those shootouts, they will find themselves in the courtroom fighting for their freedom, fighting the murder charge.
The bonus riot began. When ordered to evacuate half-wrecked buildings on government property, most of the men left voluntarily. But a small group of radicals defied the police and were escorted from their billets. A few even tried passive resistance and had to be carried out. Words soon changed to blows. There was a scuffle, a shower of bricks, a shot, and the whole affair got beyond control of the Washington police, who for months had handled the dangerous situation well. Something had to be done promptly to end the tumult in the very shadow of the Capitol.
Organized crime was a very real part of DC's history in the early 1900s. Drug dealing and armed robbery was a part of it as well, but there was a whole nother side that get left out. Bootlegging to numbers running, which some old-timers consider both to be respectable rackets. Necessary. People love to drink and love to gamble. Jimmy LaFontaine was a master gambler from D.C. who started out as a teenager and later ran the biggest casino that sat at the border of D.C. and PG County, Maryland, before the feds shut the doors in 1947. The casino technically was on PG County, Maryland grounds, but the parking lot was on the D.C. side, and it was said that if Jimmy got harassed by the PG County cops,
peace and love, Libra son.
Oh, peace, sis.
Yes. I wanted to stop it right here because I know how close those lines be between like PG County, and like DC is like right there. Like one step you in DC, and then the next step you in
Yeah.
Maryland. Can you
Yeah.
talk?
Yeah, man. Shit, DC always been off the chain, man. We can see, right? Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yes. I mean, that shit is crazy how DC is set up, But obviously, everybody understands like the history. They may or may not know that DC is carved out from parts of Maryland and Virginia. But I think who took their shit back? Virginia took their shit back. So, yeah, in a
Yeah.
nutshell.
Because well, I don't know, right? Because a lot of water is separating them, except for because you got to go through Maryland to Virginia if you don't want to go across the water, I think. But yeah, it's a lot of water separating VA. So
Yeah, that Potomac. And then
yeah.
yeah. But it's interesting though. It's interesting.
Yeah. DC always been crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yep. Even
To
in the
even see how far back it go, right? That's
okay. Always been on some shit. But what I
right.
find very interesting is that, I think people like, especially when he talk about like this Civil War period, I feel like that's a testament to what I talk about when I say that there was a heavy presence of white immigrants and white people, and even during the slavery period as well. Even though he doesn't talk about that in particular, I feel like it still kind of ties in especially when he talks about these early days when there's a huge presence of these people in DC
Right.
and us.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Sure.
yeah, it's just interesting, because he always mentioned it. This ain't the first video where he said, in DC it was a heavy German kind of presence going on.
Yeah, Irish, yeah, German, there's a whole bunch of shit going on.
Both of those groups. So, and I know that's like the white tea slavery thing and their ancestors, and also being, I guess, quote, freed, if you will, maybe through the same clauses and things that they claim we was passed through, because I always say it says persons, it don't really say who these slaves that are being emancipated really are. They don't
Yeah,
feel like they really specify it, but I don't want to go deep into a rabbit hole, but
yeah. I mean, it turns into one, but I try to get people to understand that, some of the things that they're reading is more written from a modern perspective, right?
absolutely.
And if you understand language, now anybody can learn to speak anything, but when it comes down to writing, that's a whole nother ball game, right?
Sure.
So in order to spell words correctly, you got to have a dictionary or a spelling book or whatever it is that they used to use back in the day. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, sometimes people be reading shit and they be thinking that motherfuckers knew how to spell English and all that shit well, but if they didn't have any type of reference material, reference books or anything like that, then how would they know how to spell? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot we got to look into when it comes down to reading what we consider to be old documentation.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we know that it can be I would say that there can definitely be a situation where there's tampering being done, because I know that they go back and write shit in history. So I
Right.
always try to, keep people, thinking like that. So anytime you see any modern day term in something that's supposed to be in the 1700s, 1600s, you got to think about why that could be.
Yeah, you got to think about spelling too. Like I
All of
say,
that.
you know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Because the first dictionary ain't come out until 1828.
Hmm.
So, they had to have some references to know how to spell before then. What the hell was they using? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot to look at, but once you start to understand that, and you know that some of these nations weren't even nations back then, um, because when you try to look for their flags, you'd be like, well, where's the Spanish flag? It wasn't no Spanish. Spain didn't have a flag. Well, they must didn't exist then. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of things to look at, and you gotta kind of, you know, once you get an overall picture on, what makes sense and what don't, you know what I'm saying? Then it starts to be a little more clearer to you. But a lot of times people ain't gonna, see things that way. They just think that if it says, it's written, then it's real. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, it's almost like
yeah.
a surface level type of thinking, and it's like, well, when are you going to evolve from this type of one dimensional, uh, one dimensional way of thinking? And I find it amazing, when I hear stuff, because it's just kind of like, well, you have to look into things. Like, you can say one thing, but the whole time there's a whole another set of shit that we weren't even aware of, that you got to go and dig into and try to understand that part of it. And there's so many layers to it all. And I just think that we shouldn't take one aspect and run with it. You know what I mean? I think that it's important to dig into all aspects of it, discern the information. If you don't know what something means, go use a dictionary, go look it up, go figure out what it is. Like, don't be ashamed of yourself if you don't know something. Like, I think that it's important to continue to dig and look and search for the truth. And I think ultimately the truth starts with your family. It's going to start with yourself, and and then you can, take it from there. And I think it'll be okay. I just think that we do have like a surface level way of thinking, only because of the school system, indoctrination, what we've learned through K through 12. They say, boom, you from Africa. They show you roots, and boom, you know what I mean? And whatever else they've shown, then they've changed our identity in living in real time. We're talking about 1988. The
Yeah.
identity being changed. There's an issue here, and
Yeah, yeah. And throwing words back in time, they always do that too.
send me yours.
And you gotta pay attention to events too, you know what I'm saying? The just like the Library of Congress was burned down 4 times, right?
Hmm.
So none of that information is uh most
Right.
of it has been redone, remixed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And just like the archives building wasn't even the National Archives wasn't even established until 1937. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes people think that be old documents and stuff that they be having, but they be rewriting this shit. You know what I'm saying? And they use what they call a facsimile. You know what I mean? So they look like legitimate documents, but I mean you gotta kind of like look at it as it's a possibility that they've been rewritten. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah.
so
And I
yeah.
found it amazing because I think, I can't remember which one of these buildings in DC that this flag is in, but apparently the flag, God, I don't want to be wrong when I quote this, but they got a flag like kind of plastered up on the wall. They're saying it's the original flag from, I can't remember what time. I don't want to say I feel like it's from the Declaration of Independence. They
Right.
say
I know.
there it is. And I'm like, bro, guys, what the fuck? You still got this flag?
Right.
Like, stop playing with me. I don't know what be going on. So that's the whole thing. So we just gotta know how to discern it. We know most of the time they just put that shit out here for entertainment value and whatever else. You know what I'm saying? No real verifiable evidence. Nothing.
Yep.
Just like
That's
these
that's
slave
that's what
boats.
it is.
Lost in history. The fuck. What's
Yeah.
going
Yeah. A lot of shit is gonna be like that. They definitely wanted to cover the truth up, and they wanted to make sure that we didn't uncover the truth. So but sometimes you leave breadcrumbs, not knowing that you're gonna be discovered at the time. So
Mm-hmm.
it bees that way. But you just gotta, like I say, you gotta sometimes people get caught up, right? Just like they get caught up in this legalese, and sometimes they can't see beyond it. You know what I'm saying?
And
And they get caught up into it, and it's just like the Bible, right? If you take a Christian and everything they quote is going to be in the Bible, and if you say, well, what if you didn't have that Bible? You know what I'm saying? Then what you gonna do? Drop dead? You know what I'm saying? But everything they believe is in that book. Even the book supposed to verify that it's real. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's crazy, man. But that's how it is. People can get so caught up into something that they can't see beyond it. You know what I mean?
yep.
Beyond that understanding. So, but I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes things happen in time.
Hey,
And
Hawkeye, peace and love.
Hey, peace, Sharice. Peace, Libra son.
peace,
Yeah,
peace, Hawkeye. What's good with you?
peace. How y'all doing? Peace to the channel. Peace to the peace to the channel, the chat, and the panel. Now I was
Yeah.
gonna say this is good right here because on my mom's side they from Maryland, so I knew
Mhm.
about the Germans in Maryland and the Irish. You know what I mean? I heard they work good, but what puzzles me is how a lot of people just think they did stuff without the violence.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mhm.
see it in the video. I spoke to elders at my own mom's, and they ain't gonna tell me nothing. That shit was real, man. People
Mm-hmm.
gotta stop thinking they just went in some offices or they use violence. They use force.
Yeah, I mean they play a numbers game just like everything else, man. It's based on numbers, right?
And it's sad to see that our people are pretending with that.
Well, it's just like this, man. If you got the upper hand on the numbers, then that's the only time they really take any action. If they can take
Oh, of
advantage of
course.
a couple of people at a
But it
time.
happened though. But
Yeah,
it
yeah.
still
But
happened.
yeah, but it's done in a certain way, you know what I'm
Right,
saying?
of course. That's why you had
Yeah,
lynch parties and lynch mob. All that
right.
shit is real, man.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they
they'll
only
attack,
went
they'll
after a
jump
few
people.
people. Yeah, they only went after a few people at a time though.
Right. They catch them going to school, they jump them, they did certain
Yeah,
things.
catch them sleeping, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Take
But it was
advantage.
happening. And that's what if they was doing that outside on the streets, then they was doing that when they came to the law.
Hmm. Hey, the
And
law
put
was implicit.
Yeah, well, the people have to understand. That's why, I tell people
The
to
law is
read.
not without. Yeah, the fact.
Yeah, well, I tell people to read the Police Powers Act, right?
right,
Because it explicitly says that they can choose what to investigate and what not to investigate. And most of the time, it was done by neglect. So if they didn't investigate a crime, they had every right to investigate them, and you couldn't make them do it.
right.
So they can ignore shit happening to you. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
act like it ain't never happened and shit, because that's what that act gives them the right to do, as far as the law is concerned. That the same thing happened to that guy Majors not too long ago, right? When that girl attacked him, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Right. So they pursued him, but he filed a suit against her, and they wouldn't pursue it. You see what I'm saying? That's how
right.
she got off scot free.
He literally was running from
Yeah,
the
but
lady.
he filed a suit against her, but they
But
wouldn't. The
I mean,
DA wouldn't pursue
I
it.
mean, that's
I
and you know
feel you. I
that's
feel you.
crazy kind of power they can exercise. You know what
That's
I'm
what I'm
saying? You're
saying.
gonna
That's under
use what
police
you want
powers.
to use. Yeah.
But for me, I'm a little funny because I looked into it. Everybody probably saw it. And the conversations he was having with that girl and
I
yo,
know he was making good allegedly, but carry
that
on.
was come on. He was telling her to act like Martin Luther King's wife and black this. He was trying to push that. Like, come on, man, you got
I
that's
don't even laugh, but that was
don't
crazy.
always think that it ain't the universe sometimes. I think we give these people too much credit, man. We seeing a lot of us that look like us or that us are going down. You do
Right.
wrong, you get wrong.
But that's just like anything else, though, Hawkeye. It'd be a lot of sidebar shit and
Right,
fuck shit that goes on. But the
right,
real thing for people to understand is that what actually happened was they could pursue
right.
whatever they wanted to pursue. You
You're
see what I'm
absolutely right.
saying? And that was
That's
what people
scary
should
because
have
I'm in New
gotten
York.
from that
So
whole
you're right.
ordeal.
That's scary because I'm in New York, and I'm like, hey, guess what? Let me tell y'all something. I had a situation, but you gotta know how to. You can't play around. You gotta be on your P's and Q's when you out here, y'all. That's one thing I learned in my 47 years, man. Never sleep, man. Be 2-3 steps ahead of people. That's the law. That's whatever. If you know you doing a certain type of shit, have that lawyer money ready for you, man.
Yeah, but you have to first of all, Hawkeye, you got to realize what you're dealing with.
Right.
Yeah, if you're dealing with a criminal organization, you have to realize that first and foremost. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they do a lot of sleight of hand shit. You know what I'm saying? When
Yeah.
it comes down to procedures and manipulating the law, because
Right.
judges have what you call discretion in a lot of cases. And these are some of the tactics that they use to screw you. You see what I'm saying?
Of course.
So it's just like I say, being aware of what you're dealing with, that comes first. Then you can decide how to move from there. You know what I mean?
Fact. Because that's crazy. That whole situation, I was just quiet on. I was like, oh man. And I think that might have been a sign. We didn't look at it bigger. That might have been a sign for brothers in New York. Yeah, play around what y'all want. But they know
Yeah,
the
but that's
women and
not just New
assets.
York, Hawkeye. That's
No,
everywhere.
I'm just looking at it
Yeah,
because it
that's a
happened here.
federal act, right?
Right.
But it gives us. But see, police powers don't go to the police; it goes to the state, and that's why state employees act like they some goddamn police most of the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you go into a government building or whatever it is,
Right.
state employees they fall under police powers. You see what I'm saying? The whole state does. So they delegate that to the officers or whatever, but the state is the one with the police power.
Right. Yeah, this is good right here, man. Y'all definitely building. I don't want to hold it up. I just want to, because my mom, I knew about certain things, and I look at it like that just bugs me out. If we talking about it, so these are the things right here. So when people say something like, yo, I'm like, you gotta, we can't like make it seem like it wasn't what it was. I don't know where that comes from, because I spoke to elders. I grew up here. So I'm going by my household. And I'm seeing it. Now, is everything real? Nah, but we can't just act like, they just did paperwork, man.
No, it was more to it. I mean, they still do it today.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If they catch one of our kids, by themselves without no adults around, they try to take advantage of them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
So they still do that same shit, man. When I moved to Maryland, I had ran into a situation like that with my son. It was like he was at a swimming pool, and all these motherfuckers they act like they was they was acting all crazy and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they was having some kind of meat or whatever, but they was acting like he didn't belong there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So shit, I had to go around there and straighten that shit out. But yeah, they still doing that shit. You know what I mean? If they can get away with it, they gonna do it.
Yo, Sister Cherise, I saw the title. It said, Latinos Conquistador Blood. Or y'all changed the title? Or did y'all already?
Yeah, I don't know. I just clicked on in this joint. I ain't worried about OTK title. I ain't gonna hold you.
Okay, because I was going to say something about that, but I feel you.
I was I just clicked on in the joint. That's what he had up. I just said bump it. Let me go ahead and rev it up. If he wanted to do, whatever he gonna do. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, but now this is good right here. So I ain't even...
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you, Sharice, too. You know what I'm saying? Because I was trying to get cut to play that go-go for a long time.
I love go-go, young. It's just something I remember.
Yeah.
What up, OTK?
What's going on with the boys, man? Peace and love. How y'all today?
Peace.
How you doing,
what's
brother?
good with you?
Chilling, man. Just got through. We got one more day of fundraising tomorrow, man. You know what I mean? We took off yesterday because we had a funeral and a wake to go to yesterday, so we took off yesterday, and I didn't even go to none of them, man. I just sent my support, man, and shit, had a funeral today. I didn't even go to that. Got another one tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna go to that one because they asked me to do a poem for that one, so I probably end up going to that one. I write
Nice.
that shit about 2-3 in the morning. But yeah, man, what's happening with y'all, though, man? Great bill, sis. You know, I was pumping with that go too. I
Sharice
seen that nigga dancing. I didn't even know that was Cosmon. I couldn't see his face.
Okay.
You know?
Little two-step.
Yeah, that was our culture in action. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah,
I like
yeah,
when
that's what we grew up on.
Yeah, I my first introduction to go-go was that sardines and pork and beans song.
Good. That was their first record, though.
And watching the pool parties, I was like, damn, them boys do it like us doing Bike Week and Freaknik down south. You know what I mean? That's how we was comparing that shit too. Like, the boys got something like our shit down here. You know, because Bike Week and Freaknik, those was the two biggest, and Black College Weekend. Those was the three biggest things that was happening in the south.
I used to go to the Freaknik.
Ooh, let me find out you in the videos, Libra son.
Nah, I hope not.
Yeah, he at that age, man. He at that age, man. Hey, Freaknik was our shit, baby.
Hey,
you know.
that joint was off the chain.
Yeah, all that shit was wild.
Yeah, Freaknik was off the chain, man. But you know what was so good about it, though, man?
We had the Greek shit.
Beach, dog. Here in Myrtle Beach, that Black Bikers Week.
Yeah, Bikers Week.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Man, we brought damn near every star down here to perform at Black Bikers Week, man. For real.
Yeah.
Club Solid Gold. Yeah, definitely, man. Man, you know, I came up with Luke days.
Right.
Skywalker, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jam Pony and them boys. $2, baby. Holla. You know what I mean? Those was the fun days, though, man.
Yeah, that's what's up, because I wasn't really go-go like that. Didn't hit us.
Yeah, that was our thing, man.
Yeah,
you know what
I
I'm saying?
respected it. Doing the button, all of that was like, all right.
Yeah, but that wasn't real. To us, that wasn't real.
I know that was the commercialized stuff.
Yeah.
And I might have heard a couple other joints, but it wasn't like, it was just a different lifestyle, man. You hoodie on, man.
Our shit was
Never been
live.
to the last go-go show ever in your life, Hawkeye? Have you been to DC?
Yeah, of course. I used to go to Homecoming. I performed at Howard.
Got it. Have you ever been to a go-go?
Yeah, DC Live and all of that shit. My people was running that shit down there. I know P Cutter, the DJ. I was doing, my people's rocked with him. Homeboy that's doing Cameron and them beats. Heat Makers. He went to Howard. Heat Maker 1, Arsonist.
Yeah, a lot of people went to Howard, man.
Yeah, I met Lala. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how she lied about her age. Pardon me, dog. But when
I used to have a club around Howard.
Lala, she ain't no 41, man. She was in Howard. My boy. Yeah, but she just, it shows you Hollywood. I was like, what? She 41? Because my boy know her. She jumped on him like, oh shit, what up? He like, what up? I'm like, oh, okay. And that's when she was doing because everybody in Howard was getting what they call it when you work for free, the intern at BET.
Yeah.
They was doing intern. That's how you saw them. They was all coming from Howard.
Yeah, a lot of people moved down here, man. They want to go back home and shit.
But I never went to a go-go. Nah, I never went to
a real joint.
Like that in-person experience a lot. That I always tell people it depends on who you see and what kind of crowd you like or whatever. Because so of course, like being older, you may not want a younger type of crowd. You may want something a little more older, mature. So I think that it just it's a little bit of something for everybody. But I know most New York people,
they should see now. New York dudes.
We had that's when reggae come in.
Go back.
We let reggae
like
come in
80s
instead of the go-go. That's what you could really say.
Right, now a lot of New York dudes used to come down and they used to go to the go-go like in the late 80s and early 90s. That was about for a little time frame.
Yeah, I was going to Howard in the mid-90s, mid to late 90s. I was going to Howard.
Oh yeah, shit was
Oh, the night
crazy, man.
Howard Homecomers was crazy. Yo, I had the ill. Yo, I was good. It was good. It was good. I liked it. So I was going every year for like 5 years straight.
They used to come from all over to go to Howard.
But I was going just for other days just to chill with my boy. But I was down there a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yo,
probably where a lot of y'all got y'all style from coming down here, nigga.
I ain't mad at it. Now we had our style, but I ain't mad at it because
Yeah.
it was so many women.
Nah, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, DC was fly as a motherfucker, nigga.
yep.
I don't know about that, but I hate
Yeah,
knocking you because you
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was,
I
it
ain't
was,
gonna-
it was, it was levels to this, though. You know what I'm
right,
saying? So everybody wasn't privy to see everything that was going on down there.
right.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
I wasn't like going to the
Yeah,
spot. I wasn't like that. That's a different life. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah.
I was
It's
going with my
levels.
boy, just chilling. We was doing our own. We was on the music shit, and we was, yeah, I did shows and all that. DC Live was it? What's the other one they got? They got DC Live. They had what was it? DC Live,
They had the WUST, DC Live, Club Love,
Club Love, and what's the other one? Was another one.
Club
I
Love.
said it
the
earlier.
Ritz. They used to have the Ritz,
And there was
and
one more. I said it
I mean they
earlier.
had a lot more, but
Yeah,
I'm about to say DC had a lot of clubs.
it was
yeah,
alright.
we used
Yeah.
to party every night. Shit,
Sure, like, woo.
damn near.
I ain't
Right.
gonna lie. I give y'all that. The first time I smoked blueberry weed was in DC. I give y'all that. I ain't gonna take y'all from that. I was like, oh, y'all got
That
this shit
shit
like
ain't
this.
no claim to fame, nigga. But
It is what now. Look, cannabis it is what it is now, though, right?
yeah, but that wasn't our claim, nigga. But I'm just saying, man, go-go was our shit though, man. Why everybody else was now we used to listen to rap, but it ain't take precedent over go-go though.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Go-go was number one. So
Yeah, I feel like my generation probably was the last ones to really, really look like we still had the go-go bands at the homecomings and all that. Like, I don't know, I just think we was like the last of that really loving go-go generation because I feel like now it's the trap music wave and all that other
yeah,
stuff.
it changed.
Like that,
It
it
changed.
changed so much, but I do see them trying to bring the culture back and bringing beat your feet back and all of that stuff and trying to keep the culture alive in light of gentrification on steroids in Washington D.C.
Yeah, remember they tried to shut go-go down, and
Yeah,
they was on U Street,
yeah,
and
playing the damn
yeah,
go for years on
yeah,
Florida Avenue right there by
yeah,
Howard for years. I do not
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
Now y'all got
yeah.
a problem with them playing the music outside the store? Cut the shit. They've
You
been
know
doing
what I'm
that.
saying? Right,
And that's the type
right.
of stuff that be happening, man.
This
Like,
might be a window for go-go to come back strong and hard. It should be. This
I
a time
mean,
when
it's changed so much though, man. It ain't even
bro.
like it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I remember when it first started. You know what I'm saying? Cause a lot of the bands, they were funk bands. Cause DC always had bands, right?
yeah for this.
We
So hold up,
always
go-go
had
started
bands.
by who? Like
Funk. It's kind of hard to say who it was started by, cause it
right.
was a lot of
You say Chuck Brown. I don't. It depends on.
No, I'm saying he say funk bands, right?
Yeah, from the colleges and all of that. That's where go-go you would say got the influence.
No, I say most of the bands they were funk bands before Go-Go started, right?
Okay.
Then Chuck Brown, he the one that started Go-Go, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
But then the bands transitioned to playing Go-Go that was originally, cover bands or funk bands. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
they started playing Go-Go because it was so young. And so it's levels to that Go-Go shit, trust me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And
Yeah.
Chuck was at the top of the food chain, you know what I'm talking about?
Right.
And
That's-
because he started it, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, he definitely started it.
Yeah.
I
And
mean, at
it
least.
came from it started in the same way that rap started because Chuck wanted to extend the beat
Right.
when they play songs instead of playing a song. You know how bands will play a
Straight
song
drums. Oh
and
my
then
god.
Right.
stop, but he wanted it to keep going. So
Yeah,
that's how that's how he invented go-go. It was just really extending the play so it can go from one song to another song and it'd
Right.
be like a breakdown in between. See what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it had the same concept, you know what I mean? As rap, but it was just different because it was just a live band.
Right.
And that was our shit because we always been a band place, a band city. You know what I'm saying? From from Duke Ellington days. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
look at you, Duke Ellington.
My
She-
daughter went to Duke Ellington. You know what I'm saying?
the band culture period in DC. I mean, I think at one point was really amazing. I mean, as the marching band culture. I mean, I just don't know what happened, but
Any band, man, any live band. DC had
anything like
always had live bands, no matter what the genre was.
yeah,
We had a band playing.
it was something live about it. Yeah, and
Yeah,
everybody,
we love live music, man.
and that's what it was. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
that's
was
what you
our shit.
yes, absolutely. I agree. I think people like it's just the aura, it's just
Yeah,
something
yeah, it's the atmosphere of
is
live music.
around your people, all your people in one place,
Yeah.
all of y'all, everybody dancing and partying and having a
Yo,
good time. But see, it started to turn into some other shit.
yeah, it was beautiful,
Turned
man.
it into something else, man. They meet each other there, they want to fight. I said, child.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
used to be it used to be back in the 70s, man. It used to be beautiful, man. You hear me?
I wish I could have been
Oh
there.
man,
Like
it was peace and love.
I'm telling you, I would have loved it. Like in my
Yeah,
mind,
you would have.
child, like for real, like I would have loved to have grown up and lived in the 70s era for sure.
Yeah. That's
Like
why I said I remember EU playing. EU used to play in Valley Green and shit every summer, right?
Valley Green,
And
Lord
Valley
Jesus,
Green, look, and that's when
woo,
I first
that
heard
was rough.
EU, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was before Go Go. That's what I'm saying. So man, they sounded man, they was man. You hear what I'm saying? They was good. They was because I remember they was playing the Isley Brothers joint, that Groove with You joint, and it sounded just like the damn record, man. Like that shit was live as shit, man. It's like damn. But
Yeah,
yeah,
do bring
most of
it.
the
Get you
bands
bringing
still
back
play.
some good memories, huh? Taking them
Yeah,
pictures.
man, it was so even in the project, you know what I'm saying? Like most people didn't even want to step foot in Valley Green. You know what I'm talking about?
That's what I said. Valley Green, woo. What?
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm
That
saying?
joint ain't no joke. That shit down in the bottom of the woo. No way.
That's
I'm
like the
not
end of the
fucking
road in
around.
that
Hey,
motherfucker.
I'm telling you, I was looking around my shoulder every 5 minutes. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. But it used to be, peaceful though, man. For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Even though it had a bad reputation.
Yeah.
Because that reputation, they had that reputation like in the
Shoot,
60s,
Southeast had a bad reputation, period.
period. Yeah.
Period. Young Southeast,
Yeah.
like I just feel like couldn't catch a break. And I think that, people don't understand how like that's particularly Ward 8, I would say, because we know Southeast is obviously it could be 6th, 7th, and 8th Ward, but ultimately, 8th Ward Southeast, a lot of people and I mean I just don't think it gets a good it doesn't get a good rep, especially like with Baloo being right there at the time and
Yeah.
all the
Blue, man.
violence that used to go on in and around Baloo in those surrounding neighborhoods right there.
Yeah.
You have the Condon Terrace and Bury Farms beef and just
Yeah.
everything
Yeah. You had
going on.
Waller Place up
Yeah,
there.
all of that. Mm-hmm.
I remember we used to go to Highland and see Essence play, and Trouble used to play up Highland too. That used to be Essence spot up Highland. That was their area where they grew up at. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Highland, that was that joint. And man, we used to go down Anacostia Park and run up on Essence, you know what I'm saying? And it'd be like your family just going to the park to chill, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then Essence would be right there playing and shit. It's like, damn, all right, that's what's up.
They got it set up nice down there now, actually, at the Anacostia Park. Hopefully, we all can do something because people don't even know that's Indian territory right there. That's Indian grounds. Like
Yeah,
people don't understand
definitely.
Southeast, man. It's yeah the neck. Am I saying it right? The Naco-Chink. I think I'm saying it right. The Naco-Tank Indians in Southeast or the Anacostans or whatever. But yeah, that's Indian land. All of DC, but like there is, specific spots, and I know Anacostia Park would be a great place to come together. I know they got the skating rink in there, all that now, and you can roller skate and the band could be out there playing and stuff. Because I think I went down there, they had a huge
Yeah.
event. It was nice. So
That's where they used to set up at, right where the roller skate rink is. And they used
yeah,
to set up right under that joint because it had a cover over that joint.
it
Yeah,
was
that's where the bands used to set up at.
yeah, it was real nice. I was like, oh
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
You know, I just hate what happened to Berry Farms, and you know, I hate that it had to happen, and you know, I mean, it's going to continue to happen, you know, as the gentrification process continues on, and more people find it difficult to find housing and everything else, and eventually got to find themselves moving to Maryland or, you know, something like that, because you know the rent is high.
Yeah, yeah. I had moved out of DC just before that shit happened.
Man.
And moved to Germantown.
Oh,
And
okay. Woo. Yeah, you
yeah,
drive.
yeah. Well, I try to get as far away as possible. But
Okay.
no, you know what? That was funny because I found myself like being angry every day, and it's like everybody just was on edge every day. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, damn, it's like a motherfucker powder keg about to blow the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody was just on edge all the goddamn time and shit.
Yeah.
Like, damn, what the fuck is going on around? I had to say to myself, man, what the fuck is going on, man? Like, I ain't gonna be raising my kids in this type of environment, man. I had to move my ass up out of there. You know, and plus they was beefing on from block to block and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you,
Like
still
you
it
sending
is.
your kids to school and shit, and they beefing right on that same block and the
Still
next block
is.
over. Yeah, crazy shit, right?
I'm telling you, it's the worst. Like y'all like 2 blocks away. What is the problem? You
Yeah,
know,
there
what
be a
is the
block
problem?
like 7th
What
Street
is
was
it you can't
beefing
talk
with.
about?
Look, 7th Street was beefing with 6th Street, and 6th Street beefing with
Yeah.
5th Street, and you know what
And
I'm
then
saying? This shit was
they come up and they
crazy.
beefing with certain quarters. They beefing with Tyler
Yeah,
House. Beefing with
crazy shit. You know what
everybody.
I'm saying?
Y'all like 10 minutes away. I don't understand any of this.
Right.
Y'all all go to Dunbar. What is the problem?
Yeah, she was, she got crazy, man.
Yeah, and I think it still rears its ugly head because you know all of that stuff is torn down now, and
Yeah.
it's crazy what's happening, what's taking place, and it's gonna continue to happen, man. Because one thing's for sure, two for certain, man. With Muriel Bowser as being mayor and all that shit, and that's my opinion. YouTube, like that shit gonna continue to happen. That's why Trump trying to get in there, get in here on her ass too, because she doing a lot of wild shit. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
you know Barry was out, man, but
You know it.
you know what I'm saying, but
That's everybody.
yeah.
That's everybody.
Other
Yeah,
than that,
yeah,
what the man
yeah.
before
That's
Barry wasn't that bad either. Washington, Walter Washington, he wasn't that bad either, right?
no. I mean, no, because
So
he was the first. You know, the first
yeah,
official black mayor.
yeah, Washington, yeah. I used to go
I
past
think
his
he was
house all the
the
time and
first
shit.
mayor's period, I believe, of DC. If I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
mistaken,
he was.
like the
I used to
first
go.
mayor.
I remember he lived right off of T Street. I used to go
Mhm.
like walk past his house all the time and shit.
Yeah, he
Going
did
to
a lot
Leroy Park
of.
and shit.
They got a
Yeah,
video on him up here. We could watch it after this one. Actually, they got a video of Walter Washington.
yeah,
And
yeah.
he talked about his time in the city and his work and everything that he did.
He
Him
was a good
and a
dude.
lot of people. What's the other mayor? Not Marion Burry, but I think he had one on that other mayor too. And I think
Oh,
talking about the woman, Kelly,
Sharon Pratt Dixon. I mean,
yeah, Kelly or something.
yeah, she changed her name to Kelly, but I think her name was Dixon at first.
Sharon Pratt. We'll keep it at that.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
know like whatever was going on with her, and then I mean, that's how the Redskins ended up leaving and going to Landover, and there's a whole bunch of stories around that. I was like, dang, I didn't even know that was the reason why they left DC.
Well, they wouldn't redo they wouldn't redo the RFK Stadium,
RFK
right?
Stadium. Mm-hmm.
I used to work at RFK Stadium too.
Yeah, I was hearing they're
Yeah.
in talks to trying to do something with it now in hopes to somehow be able to lure the team on back to the city.
Well, they had changed it to the soccer stadium at one time.
Yeah, but I know they
Where the
still trying to
soccer
fix it.
team.
But it's
Yeah.
not over there no more because they got the Audi Stadium now in
Oh,
Southeast. So that's where they at. So they
yeah.
had a whole nother stadium. So RFK still closed.
Yeah.
So they trying to
Damn.
figure out, what to do.
That joint old as a mug anyway, though,
Yeah, they
man.
might need to just demolish that motherfucker and
Yeah.
build
Real
a
talk.
whole new one. I think that'll lower their ass back.
Yeah. They used to have a rack of concerts at that joint though. I remember Michael Jackson and shit, and all them been in that motherfucker joint. Like that was a place, you know what I'm saying, for all the big concerts and shit.
It must be a reason why they won't.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Hold up, I gotta see something, y'all. I'm trying to show y'all something, but I gotta go back. Can't find a good picture. Let's see.
Man, I remember we used to go down to Masonic Temple. That was Chuck Little stomping ground right there, right on 10th and U Street, right? Matter of fact, I used to go to the school right across the street from that motherfucker. My junior high school was right across the street from that joint. On
Hey, y'all
Garnet
know
Patterson.
who that is?
That's King.
And who else?
I can't recognize who that is.
Really?
Man, when you ain't seen pictures in a long time, trust me, it's hard.
So they always show
Yeah,
this
that's
part of
King.
the picture.
That's King and
But who?
somebody else.
Yeah, that's Marion Burry.
Oh, that's Barry.
Yes. I love showing people this because most people don't know.
Yeah, I ain't seen Barry look like that, but I seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Don't ever get it fucked up out here.
Yeah.
They try to tarnish that man's reputation, but you can't erase history. Because I know the first time I seen that picture, I didn't know. So I love doing people like that because I know most people probably wouldn't realize that that's a young Marion Burry with Martin Luther King Jr.
That's what's up. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? The people wouldn't turn against them, so it don't matter what
I'm trying
what
to
them
tell you.
what them other motherfuckers was talking about, man. Wasn't nobody gonna turn against Barry.
No, he was calling people house for real and visiting people house for real and really in it with the people
Yeah.
for real. Like that's not a game.
Yeah, not man.
That's
I'm
real
telling
shit.
you, man.
I think people don't understand. I think people outside of this city do not understand the impact that he had on the actual residents and wanted our people to succeed.
Man, Barry was like Jesus Christ himself, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
That's how
Try
people looked at him.
to do him.
Yeah.
They told the lady, you don't know a damn thing about Washington, D.C. I was laughing. I'm gonna miss him so much. I do not appreciate that he's gone, but I already knew this wild shit would start to happen,
Yeah.
But it is what it is now. Because what you gonna be just like him. Gonna be prolific just like Marion Burry. What's the young man name that just got the council seat back?
Man.
I
doubt it though, man. Huh?
Trayon White got the council seat back, despite what he did. So
Yeah, but Barry did so much that
yeah.
he can't even be duplicated. You know what I'm talking about?
But I feel like it's a lot of DC. I'm gonna show that little thing too, but it's a lot of DC council members and stuff. They get busted for doing some shit. Council members, mayors, whatever. Mainly the council members though.
But did you hear that? Did you see one of them? I was watching one of the documentaries about when they when they went on Alpo and went WP, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they came at WP trying to get Barry. You see what I'm saying? And the police chief, Maurice Turner.
Yeah, I showed a lot of documentaries.
Yeah. That's who they was after. You see what I'm saying?
Try and bust my mans.
Yeah, they try to tie them in with them.
I don't even see what he had to do with any of that.
But that's how long they've been after him.
Politics
That's what I'm saying. They've been after Barry and Turner. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. It's crazy though. They want to come after the ones that want to do something for their people. Everybody else can do something for their people. I'd be the fuck confused.
Mm-hmm. Even when they went after Rayful, they tried to get Barry. You know what I'm saying? Like try to tie him into that shit.
They said he passed away. How you think he passed away? Because they were saying some people. See, I was hearing different things. Some people said it was a heart attack after the gym. I don't know what it was. So, what is your understanding? Allegedly.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody made that happen.
See, yep. A lot of
You know
people
what
were
I'm
saying
saying?
that too.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody made that happen.
Yeah, my cousins on my father's side, they mother's side, that's their cousin. Shit, my uncle told me that shit. He said, "Yeah, that's such and such cousin." I said, "Stop lying." He said, "Yeah." He said, "That ain't our cousin though."
Shit, I remember when he used to come down to Masonic Temple and shit.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that the Masonic was the spot. You know what I'm talking about? Especially for the dudes, in that life. You know what I'm talking about? Because
Mm-hmm.
he used to do a joint called the Hustlers Ball and shit. At
Yeah,
first it was the Players Ball, then he changed it to the Hustlers Ball. But
oh wow.
that shit was off. Man, that shit was off
Oh, I
the
bet
chain.
that was like that though. Bet you the
What?
schools. Woo!
Man, that's what I'm saying, man.
I hate to get on y'all. I feel like y'all ain't do nothing. Y'all did stuff, but y'all ain't do it like y'all was supposed to do it. Y'all was supposed to do it right. I said, shit. Y'all had the best economy in the 90s and the 80s and stuff like that. All of that.
Nah, what we did was we made the economy.
Yeah.
The economy was poor, but we made the economy. You know what I'm
Y'all had
saying?
the best access to a good country. Because what I feel happened to millennials is that's not the same. It's not the same. Trying to buy a home in this market is totally different than buying a home in the 80s and the 70s. Fuck, even the 90s.
It was one of
That's
them.
what I mean, just like price difference and just
Yeah, but it was one of them situations where when you young and
don't be thinking, yeah.
the thing is, we was living from day to day. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
we all do. Yeah,
You'll
I
see,
know what it was. Yeah.
you'll see your best friend one day, the next day he dead. You know what I'm saying? So people was living from day to day. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to make it through the damn day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
like to get caught up in that rapture.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
DC is so small, and it's like you can't even avoid it.
Nope.
You see what I'm saying? You can't even avoid it. But we didn't notice it while it was happening though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we didn't know how bad we knew it was bad, but you don't really know how bad it is while it's happening. It was like because it just was something you adapted to. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, in spite of all that, you know what I'm saying, all this mayhem and shit, you felt like, damn, everything was pretty good. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it was crazy. There's a lot of motherfucking mayhem, though.
All right.
He would head to the parking lot, which made it the DC cops' territory, and that meant PG County feds couldn't cross the line, and he would also play the same game with the DC cops. Jimmy became a millionaire off gambling, but still chose to live a regular life, rarely spending any money except on food. He would dine at some of the fine restaurants that he believed had the best of whatever he wanted to eat, sometimes even traveling for hours being chauffeured by his driver. In 1931, Jimmy was walking near his home in Southwest. He was 63 at the time when someone yelled from the passenger side of a car, "Is that you, Jimmy?" So Jimmy approached him, and then he was grabbed, blindfolded, and thrown in the vehicle. Jimmy didn't know at the time that the guys who kidnapped him were a part of the Philadelphia mob. They drove him to a cottage out Virginia. Once inside, they put the word out on the street that they were holding him for a $40,000 ransom. 40K. That's a handsome ransom. They waited and waited, hoping to get a response from someone who knew Jimmy that were willing to pay the ransom, but Smoke this over. Jimmy didn't resist. He wasn't nervous. He was relaxed. He took naps, smoked Havana cigars, told jokes to the kidnappers, and even insisted that they play cards to pass time. They made bets, and of course, Jimmy beat them at games of hearts. And by the way, these were some pretty big, scary-looking dudes. So after about 5 days, one of the kidnappers yelled, "Why don't somebody pay your ransom?" And Jimmy said, "That's easy. It's because I'm the only guy I know of who got $40,000, and no one knows where I keep my money." Then he said, "I tell you what, if you take me to my house, I would give you the $40,000. And at this point, the kidnappers are thinking, what choice do we have? We've been holding him here for 5 days and no one came forward to pay. So they took him back to his house in Southwest on Maryland Avenue. Waited out front. Jimmy walks into his house, kissed his wife on the cheek, who probably thought he was away on business because he would leave for days at a time, so it was nothing new to her. And then Jimmy goes to where his money is stashed away, grabs $40,000, takes it outside to the kidnappers and counted out $36,000 and tucked the other $4,000 in his pocket. Hands them the money and says, $4,000 is what you owe me from the card game. Gives them the $36,000, turns and walks back in the house. 8 years later, the same Philadelphia mob known as the Boo Boo Hoff mob muscled in on that same casino Jimmy was running. They kept him as the face of the joint, but they took most of the profits. They ran until the doors shut. And 2 years after the place closed, Jimmy died from a brain hemorrhage. 3 days later, the lawyer took someone from the IRS to Jimmy's house. He found Jimmy's stash, man. It was more than $1 million in cash in the safe that sat on a shelf at his house. There was also more cash at other locations all over town that equaled about $2 million. It was the end of prohibition in the city. Many underworld figures moved from bootlegging liquor to gambling. The numbers operation later turned into what we know now as the lottery. The numbers game was created back in the 1800s. They called them policy slips, and it took off in the inner cities and lower income Black and Italian neighborhoods. And basically, this form of gambling gave people a chance to win big with low risk, considering the fact that you were able to bet pennies on a 3-digit number, and if your number was called, well, let's just say you could walk away with a lot of money. Pennies turned into hundreds, and a rack of people played.
At Laurel, Maryland, the race they call the Washington, D.C. International.
The numbers were chosen based on horse races at local racetracks. Each race brought on a different number. 3 horses, 3 numbers. It was an illegal operation ran by guys in the community. For those who ran their own operation, this was their racket, aka hustle. Poor people betting pennies turned them into very wealthy and powerful figures at that time. The movie Hoodlum with Lawrence Fishburne did a good job showing the illegal numbers game in Harlem. It showed how the Italian mafia tried to move in on the homegrown Negro business. Roger Whitetop Simpkins was born in 1899. He made a name for himself on the streets of D.C. in a numbers racket. Whitetop started off with a small operation. Early on in the 1930s, he was on the radar of law enforcement, and eventually he would be caught and sent away to jail several times for gambling-related charges, even being convicted for illegal gambling. However, by the 1940s, he built one of the largest number operations in D.C. He was considered the biggest black numbers guy at that time, competing with the white guys on the other side of town. The Warrens had the Foggy Bottom / Georgetown area, and Whitetop had Uptown, Georgia Ave, U Street, the black community. And later on, an office at Park Place Northwest that handled a lot of money, with plenty of people working under him and a dozen police officers on payroll. Whitetop was the real deal. From 1940 to 1945, he ran his numbers racket out of a woman's apartment on 15th Street Northwest. The lady's name was Miss Sarah Mears Hall. aka Dimples. And according to the Washington Post, Dimples was White Top's girlfriend. He had $4,000 to $5,000 flowing through that apartment daily. Some even estimated his daily gross at $25,000 a day in the 1940s. So you can imagine what White Top's life was like at that time. The Harlem Renaissance, or the New Negro movement of Harlem, for the first time showcased blacks in the 20s and the 30s as intellectuals, talented artists, entertainers, and fashion forward. Black culture was out front. It was publicized in the media, and you would think that was the only place where blacks thrived as far as the culture goes. And to be fair, many blacks went to Harlem to play at the Cotton Club and experience what they had to offer, but there were similar cultures growing in other cities representing black excellence. In DC, of course, there were places where local blacks couldn't frequent in the 20s and the 30s during segregation, but there was a world that existed for Negroes, as they called us. A world on the U Street Northwest Corridor and surrounding streets nearby. A world where men like Roger White Top Simpkins would be dressed down in his finest suit, a pocket full of money, pulling up, looking to have a good time. Black Broadway, the Republican Theater, built specifically for local blacks in the city. Also several hotels that served blacks during that time. Crystal Caverns was a place on U Street back in the 1930s where black musicians was able to showcase their talents. We were once called colored, Negroes, African Americans, and most recent, which is my favorite one, Black Americans. Either way, U Street played a significant role in providing all aspects of black culture that we know today. The DC black experience was in full effect, and so was the Underworld. Madame Odessa Marie Marjorie, the Lady Al Capone, better known as the Queen of DC's Underworld. She started out as a teen, just 17 years old, running the streets, buying a gallon tin whiskey and selling shots, making her a profit, in a neighborhood known as Cowtown, which was a mixed community with blacks and Irish immigrants. Odessa went on building a reputation for herself and becoming connected to the Irish kids in the neighborhood. Some of those friends went on to become cops, and later on, an asset to her operation, selling liquor, running brothels, and throwing some of the most flyest parties in the city where celebrities came, and even opening her own joint, Club Marjorie. She dipped and dabbed into quite a few rackets and knew a lot of the top players, including White Top. But I think Odessa deserves her own video due to how much there is to cover on her, so we're going to leave it at that. White Top and Odessa were close at one point, even doing business together, operating numbers joints in the city. Some other notable numbers guys on the black part of town were Albert Real Estate Smith and Puddinhead Jones, but White Top was the man. Odessa and White Top started a new numbers bank at her office at 16th and U Street. It became known as the Night Number. The setup had charts and telephones that rang off. Business was good. They made plenty of cash together, but somehow, for unknown reasons, they stopped seeing eye to eye. Both of them were leaders, both dominant figures, both intelligent in their own right. However, it don't take rocket science to see or understand that when it comes to the numbers game and business surrounding it, White Top was the one you would want in your corner. Odessa felt White Top was planning to cut ties with her and start a new numbers office with Puddinhead Jones. So she double-crossed him by going out her way and telling some close friends what numbers to bet on and to put everything on it. This made things bad for Simpkins and Jones. She hit his pockets. But as always, White Top later landed on his feet doing what he do best, numbers. But a real threat was coming that would damage his business. It was the early 1950s. A special Senate committee was investigating organized crime in the city. and several police officers who were taking bribes from him. All under investigation. All expected to show up before the committee at different dates and times. Odessa, Emmett Warren from the Foggy Bottom Gang, Detective George C. Prather, Captain John B. Monroe, Miss Sarah Hall, better known as Dimples, Roger Whitetop Simpkins, and a list of others. This was televised and covered in all forms of media in the district. Dimples was brought on as a witness and told the committee how the money was being made and the details surrounding ICE, which was a slang term for payouts to the police. Whitetop called the money ICE because it kept everyone cool. It was documented that uniformed officers came each month to collect money. Odessa also stated she set aside ICE for protection payouts, and she said, I practically ran a damn police department. I don't know how many thousands of dollars I gave Pat O'Shea, a former superintendent of the police and childhood friend, to stay out the streets. She then said that she was the one that passed the money along so that the other Underworld figures could get protection from the cops, because the cops didn't want to go through anyone except her. However, when it comes to Roger Simpkins, Miss Dimples confirmed that he dealt directly with the cops. And when it was Whitetop's turn to be questioned, his response, one after another, was, "I refuse to answer on the grounds that my answer may incriminate me." By the mid-1950s, Whitetop was in the Jet magazine, shown arrested for bribery. This was the beginning of the end. He would end up in Lawton serving a 16 or 54-month prison sentence. He was 56 years old at the time. So he spent several years behind bars before being released on parole in the late 50s. The heydays, better yet his prime days as a numbers guy, were now behind him. But it wasn't over yet. In the 60s, Whitetop ran a small operation while being employed as a car salesman. He was back in the game, back on the scene, quietly raking in thousands as a seasoned numbers guy, until he was audited for taxes year after year going into the mid to late 60s. Law enforcement was on standby building a case against him, getting surveillance, and eventually a search warrant for a home at Park Place Northwest in 1970. They found a couple $1,000s in cash, $400 in checks, and a collection sheet with information pertaining to the numbers game, thousands in bets on that sheet. Whitetop will be arrested and convicted again on April 25th, 1972. There were 4 counts, one of which was managing a lottery numbers game, as well as maintaining gambling premises on Shepherd Street Northwest. And just 1 year later, July 15th, 1973, Roger Whitetop Simpkins died of cerebral hemorrhage. A Washington Post article stated Simpkins was widely regarded, even by police, as the dignified gentleman he appeared to be. It also stated he was so nicely often called a successful gambler that when the D.C. Council was discussing legalizing the numbers game, instituting the government-run lottery, former chairman John Heckinger stated, "We might want to get Whitetop Simpkins to design it for us."
Yeah, do you see that Heckinger name, right?
Uh-huh.
That was the old money. That was old money in DC. Heckinger Mall.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I want to take you to a public housing complex in Southeast DC that was known for its house parties, rappers.
Huh?
Big Dog about to come up. Some interesting shit just happened just now, current events. And let's see what he got to say real quick. Let's give him like 10, 15 minutes real quick. Let's see what he got to say.
Okay.
Quick. What's up, Big Dog? Philly OG, my OG.
Everything good. Much love and respect to everybody on the panel. Finish your presentation. I just wanted y'all to look at what the sister just put out Saturday. let's review a little bit of that if y'all don't mind.
Of who?
Young lady named Sabby somebody. She just put out a video where these foreigners is suing Congress people and the state.
Put it in the back chat so we can pull it straight up.
Yeah.
Salute, big dog.
Big
Salute,
dog.
bro. You already know.
It's a microphone, big
much
dog.
love and respect.
Hey, big dog, you on your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, your phone hitting a deep bass every time you talk.
All right, I'll jump back on.
All right. Yeah, put the link in the back chat though. Let's see what you're talking about. Let's see what that is. Because this next video you got like 50 minutes long. So yeah.
That motherfucker long.
Yeah, I love documentaries though. Shit. I don't
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, y'all. But
what's up, Libra son? What's going on with you, man? Pizza love to
you got it, man. I'm just, just sitting back. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate y'all, man. I just, came to kick it about the go-go that Sharice was playing, you know what I'm talking about. So
what would you like to see more shows about, man? Give us that thought real quick.
I mean, I think you're doing good, man. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, I appreciate a lot of the shows y'all do, man. Just keep up the good work, man. I'm just out the way. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to stay out the way, man. But I'm gonna holler at y'all though.
Respect, Lieberson. Good seeing you, brother. Always.
You too, OG.
Members didn't want to force the vote.
Go
against
to 40 minutes, OTK.
Now
40 minutes. And let it play.
It was not for health care, which we need in this country. It was to protect Benjamin Netanyahu, who doesn't even live in this country.
You can go back a couple more minutes.
Presidency that is extraordinary, not the occupant of the office. But again, he is a president-elect. Trump wanted this to be delayed until after he became the president again.
Right there is right where you wanted it.
Yeah, I guess about, I told you at 40 minutes, go about 36, 37 and let it play till about 45, 50.
Okay.
And much love, Sharice, OTK, everybody in the chat. I apologize. Hopefully everybody's good.
Peace, big dog.
What the hell you apologizing for? Shit, if I tell you, let me come up on your panel
For
and
not
show
speaking,
something.
man. I forgot to speak. You know what I mean? Make sure I spoke.
Oh, yeah, you rude as shit for that.
Trump is made about the judge and his family as well.
Let's pause here for a second. So let me explain a couple of things. First of all, there was that ruling from the Supreme Court that a sitting president obviously cannot be prosecuted. Here's the catch. He is not yet a sitting president. The presidential inauguration is January 20th, I believe. It's on MLK Day. So this is why the judge wanted to make sure that he hit him with this ruling before the presidential inauguration. So everybody needs to remember that. I see a lot of people that I guess maybe they just tune in during election time and maybe don't follow politics along the way. But I've noticed a number of people are like, well, Trump's in there. He needs to do this, da-da-da. Donald Trump is not a sitting president yet. So that means the judge can do this, and there's nothing the Supreme Court can really do about that. Let's go on a little bit more.
All right, Laura Coates, thank you very much. With me now, CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins and CNN senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig. Ellie, let me go to you first. What's your reaction to what we've been hearing so far?
Well, it's pretty orderly, all things said. Donald Trump seems to have gone on a little bit of a tirade, but nothing unpredictable, nothing different from what he said before. One thing that I think is interesting is there's been no talk whatsoever, except from Donald Trump, about the actual conduct that Donald Trump was tried and found guilty for. For a while, the DA was trying to say this conduct of hiding the hush money payments. Okay, there we go. So that's the official moment of the sentence. Donald Trump has now been sentenced to an unconditional discharge.
What does that mean?
That means that it is now official that Donald Trump has been convicted of a felony. There's two parts of that equation, the conviction, and now we have part two, the sentence. So that is a moment. We now have Donald Trump. I guess you can technically, if you would like to call him a convicted felon, that is a label that now technically applies. But of course, he does have his appeal rights. But again, the focus has been, okay, lawyers are packing up. So
Judge.
Pause here for a second. So here's the thing, folks. The judge did sentence him. So he has been convicted. That means he will be a felon. Now, it's unconditional. So let me explain what this unconditional thing means. It means that there isn't going to be a penalty, but he still will have the conviction and he still will be a felon. Now, some of you may be wondering, well, what did I tell you? Money, he's not going to be in the White House. That was never going to be the case.
Yes, because Donald Trump is going to be inaugurated in a few days. That is changing the sentencing here. I mean, if this had happened in July before he had actually won, you could see, that was way before he was afforded those protections and how different that was.
And Caitlin, you were reporting that Donald Trump did not have.
Get all excited about this online. And I'm like, guys, it's unconditional. That means he's not going to receive any type of penalty. Let's bring this in here. Takeaways from the sentencing hearing of Donald Trump. All right, again, he does kind of look like Nixon a little bit. Okay, so here's a couple of key takeaways. It says that Donald Trump was sentenced without penalty in New York hush money case Friday after a symbolic and historic and unprecedented hearing following his first felony conviction of a former and soon-to-be sitting president. So it says here that Judge Juan Merchan spoke to Trump for several minutes, telling the president-elect it was the office of the presidency and not the occupant that was afforded extraordinary legal protections, requiring him to impose a sentence of unconditional discharge without any punishment. So if he didn't win the election, I would imagine maybe they would have given him probation. He probably would have been hit with a lot of fines. Like, I don't know. But I don't think they would have sentenced him to jail. This is not the first time that Donald Trump has had to deal with legal issues. Like at one point, he was working with this guy like back in the 70s. Geez, I have to remember his name. Eric might remember. He was working with this guy back in the 70s. This guy was like a lawyer, but this lawyer was known to like represent different mob bosses. So this isn't the first time. Listen to this, folks.
Is this it, Big Dog? Which story is it?
It's the next story.
Okay, so it's not this Palestinian thing.
Yeah, it's that one. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Please let that play.
All right.
Joining me now is one of the Palestinian American plaintiffs in this new lawsuit against the Secretary of State, Ahmed Moore. He's a fellow at the Foundation for Middle East Peace. We're also joined by Sarah Lee Whitson, the executive director of Dawn, a human rights NGO supporting this lawsuit. It's great to have both of you with us. So Ahmed, tell us a little bit, first of all, before we get into the details of it, how's your family doing and what prompted this case? What prompted you to be involved in this case?
So it's a daily struggle for survival in Gaza, as you've reported, as others have reported, as I've reported. The fact of getting up every day and just securing clean water to drink, somewhere safe to sleep, food which is edible, is a struggle which defies the imagination. And that's been true for about 14 months now. When the genocide began, I and many other people in the country who were affected began to reach out to our congressional representatives to seek some kind of relief. And that was a dead end, frankly. This lawsuit is designed, hopefully, to get the people who are able to make decisions on these matters to comply with U.S. law. And that means practically ending military aid to Israeli units which are involved in human rights abuses. Practically 14 months into a genocide, I would be surprised if that didn't mean most of the Israeli units which are operating in Gaza.
Sarah, and I want to be clear here, this is not about the U.S. violating international. This is about the United States violating our own laws that are on our own books, so to speak, right? Including specifically the Leahy Law. Explain to us how and what the United States is doing is in violation of the Leahy Law.
Sure. The Leahy law effectively requires the State Department to vet all Israeli security forces and to ascertain whether any of them have committed gross violations of human rights and to ensure that U.S. military assistance does not go to such units. The United States has never once identified a single Israeli unit as responsible for unremediated human rights violations. It has never blocked assistance to one single Israeli military unit since passage of the law in 1997, since even when the law was amended in 2019, specifically because the law had not been applied to Israel and a few other countries where the aid is supposedly untraceable. And even despite the amendment to the law, the State Department has never once identified a single Israeli unit as ineligible for U.S. assistance.
Pause right there. The Leahy law, this is the missing piece, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm so proud of them for doing this because, look, the protests were amazing. We protest all over the world. Kudos to everybody that got out in the streets, or if you weren't able to protest, those of you that stood in solidarity, you know, at home or where you were. At the end of the day, though, the Leahy law is the missing piece. The Leahy law says that the United States government cannot continue to fund a country that is purposely not allowing aid to get into the people at a time of war. So the civilians that are starving in Gaza because Israel was blocking the aid from getting in, and not just food. We're talking about medicine, diapers for babies. I just saw a story the other day that said that there were babies that died from hypothermia because of the cold environment. The people that are in the tents right now. At the end of the day, the U.S. government is very much responsible. And there are laws here that we do have on the books that we could have been using all along. I think what was happening throughout the Muslim community is some of them were trying to get Kamala Harris or Biden to do the right thing.
You see the point I'm trying to make? Shout out to everybody, right? Basically, you know, these Palestinians that came to America, they're suing the state and Congress for helping Israel. If they can sue, why ain't we doing it? But let it play a little bit more, because the sister going in. Shout out to that sister right there. And y'all see the point and the urgency that I had with this when I was listening to it. You see what I'm saying? Let it play a little bit more, Sharice.
All right. First, obviously that didn't happen. And Donald Trump would have done the same thing. And I think if Kamala would have won, we would still see people starving in Gaza. I mean, the reality is these politicians belong to the Israeli lobby, and they have made that very clear. There may be a couple in Congress that are willing to be vocal about it, but the parties belong to AIPAC and J Street, etc. So this piece right here, this is the right thing to do. So when I say open your eyes, look at the next step that they took, and we can learn from this. And I know sometimes people say, well, we keep hearing about Gaza. We keep hearing about Gaza. I get it. I understand. I try to talk about a lot of different topics on the show. But this particular issue right here is something that we can learn from. They saw that their people have been killed. Israel starving the people. And the U.S. government gave them the tools to do this. So they decided to take the next step and to file a lawsuit against the State Department, which I can only commend that. That's what they should do. So we are seeing another step.
You can pause.
File the lawsuit for not upholding.
And y'all kind of feel where I'm coming from now.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt y'all stream, but I thought this was very important. So what y'all think about the information so far? Or you might have to play it back one more time and let us say it again. But basically, like I said, these people are suing the state and they suing Congress. And if they can do it, why can't we do it? It's been crimes done to us. We can prove it. I didn't care about what's over there, what's happening over there. I'm talking about what we can prove here and how we've been looked upon past. You see what I'm saying? And if these people that probably ain't been in America, say 5 or 10 years, is able to sue, why can't we get together and sue for different crimes that they done to us? That's my point I wanted to bring to the video real quick, because the sister was going in. It could be a learning lesson for us. If they can do it, why can't we do it? Yeah, I just wanted to let y'all know what y'all think about it. What y'all think about it so far.
No surprise that America is always funding bullshit, funding things that don't have nothing to do with anything. It shouldn't be involved, of course. All this money that they give out.
It should be real easy for us to get our funding.
That's
Whatever
what I'm saying.
Fuck we ask for.
And that's what I'm saying, OTK, because she said it perfectly. This should be a very good learning moment for us. And if you needed to run it back one more time and hear the whole story so you can get a little more clarity, you know, I think we should. You know what I mean? Let it play a little bit more and then run it back for clarity. Just my thoughts. But I wanted to bring this over to y'all because, you know, I can't talk about it on my channel. So, you know, I'm on strike. So I said, let me bring it up to the family and let the family in the chat see about, you know, we can talk about this. We like joking and arguing at each other on these streams and ain't getting nothing done while these foreigners is over here getting shit done, planning generational wealth for their families. And we sitting around cursing each other out, not on over here, on other channels. You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
And ain't doing no business.
I agree.
So that's all I wanted to bring it over for, brother. You already know. Much respect to both you and Sharif. You already know.
And listen, OG, man, you helped me out. It was no day that you ever came live and you didn't tell me I wasn't welcome, man. You helped me get subscribers. You was one of the first. You and Bat, man. Dog, my house is always your house, bro.
Appreciate you, bro. You already know. Much respect. I may joke around, pick with you, but you already know. It's all love with all of y'all, man. I ain't one of them haters out here. What I want for myself, I want for all my people. But yeah, I thought this was some good information.
Shit, I'm about to start writing a plan now on how to go at them. I'm about to start writing some shit because I'm gonna use all of this in writing. So it ain't no way they can deny it, because one thing, like when you go to court, if you find a case that's similar just to your case or just like your case,
Yes,
and you
sir.
find
You can
the same
use it
ground,
as a case study and use it
use
as a
that as
reference.
a case study, and that will 9 times out of 10 get your client off.
Yeah, you can use it as a reference too.
As
for
a reference
similarities in cases.
study.
Yes, sir. And that's
Right.
all I wanted to bring it over
And
and
that's
let the people hear
case
this.
study right here.
Let the people hear this information, how, you know, they're backing these people, and no matter what crimes they do, you know, they covering it up, and how them people that's here, they here in America and suing the state and Congress members. But we're told we can't do it. But foreigners can come
That's
in
crazy.
and do it. So yeah, play it a little bit more, Sharif.
So here's the thing, right? Big Dog Philly OG. This is the catch-22 with that. They're suing the United States, which is the United States that is called the United States today. We have a problem with the French, English, Dutch, and some people got problems with the Spanish and the Portuguese. But
Yeah,
those are the ones who go at, because
they're all foreign
the U.S.
countries,
didn't
brother,
enslave
that
us.
came
No,
here.
I'm just saying maybe that's how they're going at it. Because I noticed they keep saying U.S., so maybe they're going at the U.S., meaning us as today. You know what I'm saying? But we will be going at the motherfucker who came before we even started a U.S., before it even was a U.S. But I understand
say
what you're saying.
all above, brother. Even the
Same way that
corporation now,
they
because
find their grounds, we got the same.
they're still enforcing the laws, brother. So go at the corporation right now because they're still enforcing the laws on the books with us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I was just saying, like, maybe that's how they thinking about it. Like, that's why they going at the U.S. You feel me?
Corporation.
Right. Because see, now they going at the U.S. once the U.S. branches away from England and all of these other countries or whatever like that, so-called claiming their independence from other fucking countries, but we know that's a lie. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what I think they're going at. They're going at us over here, the United States, like as an entity. Ain't nobody in the United States of America who we call the United States enslaved us or did anything to fuck us. It was them 13 colony motherfuckers.
See, but that's where I disagree, OTK. They're still doing it now.
Before them.
Yeah, but I'm saying this corporation is still enforcing the laws that the 13 counties put out.
That's facts. And that's why I say this is a case study. Right. I agree with you with that. Now, big dog, I'm just saying maybe this is why these motherfuckers trying to sue the U.S. because they trying to say, oh, we to blame for what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? But we got the blame at the forefathers of these motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, definitely. So we can use this as a study guide because they ain't doing nothing different than what the fuck they did in the past.
That's what I'm talking about. I totally agree with everything you just said, brother. Because you know, I'm not disagreeing with the
logic to this shit.
French, the Spanish, and the English. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm talking about we could, you know, put the heat on the corporation right now. If these immigrants and migrants can do it, why can't we?
Big facts.
And I ain't even talking about for slavery, for crimes against humanity and other things. Like, yeah, let that play a little bit more, see what she say. And we might have to run it back one more time to hear the
you
case.
came right in time. This is a nice little halftime show before sis show that other little clip that she about to show. This is a nice little halftime show. Definitely.
Yeah, and I really wanted, I didn't want to interrupt y'all stream. I wanted y'all to do it last. But I apologize.
Nah, she actually was in the middle. She actually was in the middle of showing another one. She was just about to start another one. And then I said, hold on real quick. Let's do this before we get into that other one. And
thank you, OTK. Thank you, Sharice, for letting me mess up your build a little bit. But I appreciate it.
You guys know that Congress just passed a bill to protect Netanyahu from the ICC. They just filed a bill. The very first piece of legislation for 2025 was not for the American people. It was not for health care, which we need in this country. It was to protect Benjamin Netanyahu, who doesn't even live in this country. They decided to put sanctions on the ICC. This was a bipartisan effort. So they are already showing you what matters the most to them. It's not us. Netanyahu's more important to them than we are. Last time I checked, I believe it was 47 Democrats that supported it along with this. Come on. So this is the next step that should be taken. The first lawsuit against the State Department.
Despite the overwhelming evidence, including in the State Department's own annual human rights reports of hundreds and thousands of cases of gross violations of human rights.
Tell us about the case that is being built right now with the evidence that you have been able to gather, because you know on the outside of it, you have these reports, these Amnesty International reports, the Human Rights Watch reports, Doctors Without Borders saying there's clear signs that ethnic cleansing is being committed. You've got ICC, ICJ, all of these things that the world is seeing and is being documented, in some cases really supported with evidence that has been gathered in the public domain. And yet somehow our own government, our own State Department, our own Department of Defense, which has much more robust capabilities of tracking this information, is somehow ambivalent. So whenever you ask the State Department about it, you get a response that's, well, we haven't come to any conclusions yet. We haven't made any determinations yet. And here we are 14 months into this and still no clarity, no insight from the government. What do you have that would perhaps change their calculation?
Well, yeah, I mean, the assertion of the State Department that effectively not one single unit of the Israeli security forces has committed a single gross human rights violation that qualifies to ban them from receiving U.S. assistance is so preposterous in the face of the evidence that really we don't need to do much more other than show that they have failed to ever hold one single unit ineligible for aid. But we also have members of the State Department, former officials of the State Department, whose job it was to oversee implementation of the Leahy Law, including with respect to Israel. And they are now part of our lawsuit. They are part of our efforts to say, no, in fact, the State Department deliberately built a system of bureaucracy designed to avoid ever finding a single military unit ineligible for aid if it's an Israeli military unit.
So the State Department, that would include people like Matt Miller. Like, remember, he is one of the chosen ones to speak at these press conferences. We see him a lot. Like, that would include all these people that I've shown you over the past year that give these BS reasons as to why they're allowing Israel to do what it's doing. So that would include them as well. And they should be in that lawsuit. They have knowingly lied to us. Not just to the Palestinian people, they've lied to all of us. These people have known since day one what Israel's goal was, and they participated in it because they supported it. And they support it because they believe that Israel is important to the interests of the United States. That also includes resources that are along the Gaza Strip. Don't forget about that as well. But also because we have a very powerful lobby in this country called AIPAC that has been recruiting people since high school, recruiting people when they're in high school to be a part of the Congress that is going to pass legislation in their favor. Now, how many of you are sitting at home wishing, well, I wish someone would have recruited members of Congress to pass healthcare legislation in our favor to give everybody healthcare? But those people have been recruited by Blue Cross Blue Shields, Aetna, and of course, United Healthcare. Should I say more? So that's what a big part of this problem is. So the Leahy Law has been the missing piece. All of this stuff that we've done up until then, not saying it's not important, and I'm not saying that it didn't matter, but at the end, you have to hold the State Department criminally. Now, sorry, I put my thing here. Criminally responsible. You got to do that. I don't know where else to go from there. You got to do it. So if you're watching, again, if you're indigenous, American descendants of slavery, maybe this is the way to go. Maybe we need to file some lawsuits. And if lawsuits have already been filed, maybe we need to pull people together and file one on the national.
Yeah, I was just reiterating what she was talking about.
Okay.
National level. Maybe this is what we need to do. Now we go to the second lawsuit, and this one is very recent. They are also suing Congress members. Ta-da! Get a load of this one. We have to act. Taxpayers suing Congress members for funding the genocide. Speak out. This is the right idea, folks. So we're going to see here.
We agree.
This was announced January 3rd. So let's go on. So we see it says House of Representatives who don't really represent us, right? On December 19th, more than 500 federal taxpayers from 10 Northern California counties filed an unprecedented class action lawsuit against their congressional representatives, Seth Donnelly, Mike Thompson, and Jared Huffman,
and
charges that the defendants, two Democratic Congress members, illegally abused.
I didn't think we could sue Congress. I didn't think we could sue the state. But now we see it's possible.
Oh, yeah. Bill was saying that. If people was like, want to raise hell, make it sound like, oh, we try and go to them. It's not that. We could actually sue. especially if we got the documentation, so we can prove it. So it's not like we can't prove that something is going on. Everybody else is suing and been suing.
Yes, ma'am. And that's all I'm trying to bring to the family. That's it. You know, like I said, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all stream. I just thought it was good information we needed to get out to the people.
Yep, I've been mentioning class action like months ago.
Me too. And if these foreigners can do it, like I said, they probably haven't been in this country 20 years. I give them 20 years max. I say more like 10. If they can do it, why can't we come together and do it? It don't have to be on no slavery or none of that. Just crimes. We can do it on reclassification and genocide.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I ain't sure how much longer. You probably play a little bit more than y'all can go back to the other one. We can talk about it later. But I appreciate y'all.
No problem, big dog.
Use their tax and spend authority on April 20th, 2024, when they voted for the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, which authorized $26.38 billion in military aid to Israel. Look at this, guys. Abuse their tax and spend authority. We can apply this to other situations, right? You could apply this to the war in Ukraine, not just Gaza. It's our money. Did we authorize them?
Bingo.
Did we authorize them to take our taxpayer dollars and do this? Ukraine. Biden just gave a couple more billion to Israel at the end of 2024. This is genius. This makes sense. It goes on to say the lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court, Northern District of California. It alleges that Thompson and Huffman violated the U.S. Constitution, the Genocide Convention, and several, this is the key part here, U.S. laws. So these laws are in place, but we're not using them. So again, open your eyes, folks. We have laws right here on the books in the United States. A lot of people just don't know about them. So they got together as a community and they decided to do some research and say, are there any laws here that we can use in our favor? And there are.
Come on now. Laws to use in their favor. We know it's laws to use in ours if that's the case.
Yes, ma'am. And that's all I wanted to do, bring it to the attention of the people.
It's crazy.
It is, sis. That's why I said, let me bring it over real quick because it's crazy. I was pissed when she was saying, excuse my expression. But all we can get together and do is argue. Go ahead, Sharice, say it again.
I'm saying the sister is right. And even when she's speaking about, indigenous, she know, I'm like, okay, she already know what time it is. Okay.
You know what time it is, exactly.
Yeah. So that's all that matters. As long as she knows what time.
You see, she didn't say black, she said indigenous, and she know who it is, us, herself.
To understand. Yeah. And we could have did something. We could have did something. We need to be down there at these courthouses, wherever else. All that shit got to happen there. It ain't going to happen unless we get it on paper. You know what I'm saying? We get the right people in place. People act like they know law and shit. These fake ass lawyers, no shade to nobody, but shit. Y'all need to be doing this shit. Respectfully. Shit. Oh, you legalese motherfuckers who know the law.
My biggest thing with that, Sharice, is that they're working with the corporation. The only cases they'll get is police brutality and car accidents. You know what I mean? They ain't really doing nothing for the people. You know what I mean? I think we're going to have to do this ourselves.
Yeah. But if somebody is sued, you're gonna have to hear. I don't know. So I don't know how to propose that we get this message out the right way, but like something got to happen, because if every other group is being able to get in front of Congress and get in front of the Supreme Court, I don't see why. I mean, I ain't gonna say I don't see why, but I'm not gonna say there shouldn't be a way that we can't, is what I'm saying.
And I totally agree.
So yeah, this is interesting for sure.
Why do we have the laws on the books if nobody is going to use them? We have to use what is right in front of us. I'm a Palestinian Lebanese American, and I am suing my California Congressman, Mike Thompson, for misusing my federal tax dollars and supporting the genocide in Gaza. Maria Barakat, a class representative, told Truth Out. As a Palestinian and a person of conscience, Thompson has forced me to be complicit in the murder and genocide of my own people. What did she say that is incorrect? It's our money.
That these
so the class action lawsuit, it makes sense. Taxpayers who brought the suit come from a wide variety of backgrounds. They include young people, the elderly, educators, healthcare workers, Jewish and Palestinian Americans, and others. Members of the class are defined as all persons who were federal taxpayers during the year of 2024 who reside within the federal 2nd or 4th congressional district of California and have suffered moral and emotional psychic injury from being made complicit in the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
What the fuck? What?
What you hear, Sheree?
All persons.
She about to reread it.
Guys. So if you paid federal taxes during the year of 2024, which most of us have, all of you, class action lawsuit. Woo! It goes on to say Congress can tax only for the common defense and general welfare. They did their research. Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution establishes Congress's power to lay and collect taxes only for the common defense and general welfare of the U.S. When taxes are collected.
So when they taking out taxes and going over there and paying for that shit, they violating the Constitution.
Bingo.
Treason. Treason is, ooh, be quiet, Sharice. It's OTK channel.
And you see why I got hyped? Because we can prove that, they did it and they used our money. You see what I'm saying?
Salchi in the comments. I ain't gonna read them. Hey, Sachi, peace of love to you. Peace of love to Urban Engine, Goddess NRG, N Jones, Juan Truth. Everybody.
But we ain't gonna do nothing. If we ain't gonna do nothing, at least we can make them pay. You see what I'm saying? I ain't trying to, get our people out here and do nothing that we can't handle. You see what I'm saying? But this we can handle. And if we don't do it for ourselves, we should do it for the next generation. Because basically, they're going to continue to do it. We can prove that they use our taxpayers' money and basically put that money towards a foreign nation and their crimes. But we rather wait on Trump and think he's going to do something for us when we should be doing something for ourselves. So even if you don't want to be a part of it, the ones that do want to be a part of it, we still can do something. If you don't think you deserve it, the ones who do should take action. Then I guarantee you'll get your ass and be a part of it once you see something happening. But we got to do something rather than sitting around cursing each other out and ain't getting shit done, but talking on YouTube. I'm about action. I ain't about talk.
And allocated for unlawful purposes, the general welfare is not served. Everyone take a screenshot of this. I'm trying to tell you, we can use this in other situations. Then we can get together, have a serious conversation about how to mobilize for healthcare. I really believe it. This is a big one. And I feel like this story kind of flew under the radar. I didn't see this story.
And most of us ain't willing to use our brawn, so we need to use our brain. Go ahead, Sharice, you got it.
Roger sent it to me. So thank you, Roger. But people need to know about this. And the complaint, the charging document in the lawsuit notes that $26.38 billion for which the defendants voted includes $3.5 billion for the procurement of advanced weapon systems, defense articles, items or technical data designed for missile, satellite, or other military use and defense services, $1 billion for the production and development of artillery and critical munitions, and $4.4 billion to replenish defense articles and defense services provided to Israel. As the article goes to press, more than 4,500 Palestinian people have been killed by Israel's genocidal campaign using weapons provided by the U.S. government. So again, as we know, that number is higher. Notice that they're keeping that number under 50,000. At this point, it's probably 300,000 people, but they're keeping that number low on purpose. Yes. Joe gets it. So basically, they're breaking the law, assuming no one would notice this is big. Because a lot of us just don't have time to look up all these different laws, right? Like, especially we have people in this country that are working multiple jobs. And that's the thing. A lot of times people are too busy working or taking care of their kids, or they're just busy with life, or they're in school, etc., or they're in school and they're working. They don't have the time to take a step back and look up the laws that are in this country. And they know that. So they don't tell us these laws exist, but they're there. They're there. And so it just makes me wonder, could we use this in other situations? Could we have a class action lawsuit in other situations? You guys know I support reparations for descendants of slavery. Could we have a class action lawsuit? This is something, again, Nico House brought up. He said you can sue. So we need to have a bigger conversation about this. But I say, you guys, open your eyes to the possibilities that do exist. I didn't even know about that. A lot of people didn't know about the Leahy law until now. So suing your Congress members, using your taxpayer dollars, hey, I'm all for that.
Was that really it, Big Dog? As far as that piece?
Yes, ma'am. That was it. That was it. Thank you. Thank y'all again.
You're welcome. I felt what she was saying, because I always speak on that. I know people, I don't know, it just all depends on what you think we should do, but a lot of things we ain't prepared for. We do need to prepare to do it. So a move need to be prepared to be made is what I mean. But,
St. Louis, what's going on with you, man? Peace and love.
What's going on, OT Kwame, my Ghanaian brother? What's happening, man?
What?
Your
What's
daddy
happening?
should have not had.
Hey, but you
Your
the
daddy should
man
have
though,
not had.
brother.
That's King Cash, man. That's King Cash. That ain't St. Louis.
Your daddy should have not had you. He wasted a nut on you.
Shit.
How about that?
I am coming up in St. Louis. I'm dead. I'm so tired of him and his mess on a regular basis.
They better quit using other people's names, man. You know, that's like defamation of character. You using other people's names and then going on people's panels, and you ain't that person. If these people got shows and shit like that, and you doing that shit, all right, and these people getting paid off their show, okay.
I want to take you to a public housing complex in Southeast DC that was known for its house parties, rappers, and most of all, the brutality from gang members who were also residents. The Benning Terrace Projects is simply known as Simple City. This public housing project has become infamous not only for its poverty, but because of its multiple homicide cases. Lots of cases were closed not because they were solved, but because the suspect himself was executed in another case of violence.
Is that turned up
This
all the way,
infamous
sis, on
honor
your
of
side?
most dangerous
Yeah.
was earned in the 1990s. The crime was slowly escalating since the 1970s, but the crime was so bad in the 1990s that homeowners nailed their windows shut and used large china cabinets to block the back doors for fear of intruders or stray projectiles. Cab driver Richard Johnson was found lying next to a phone booth with an open wound to the back of his head. Police reported that his mistake was insisting that he drop off his fare at the bottom of the hill instead of driving him into the complex. Police ID'd 18-year-old Johnny Lee Simpson Jr. from the Simple City crew. In an affidavit, police said a witness overheard Simpson bragging about it by saying, "I just bust this cab driver because he was faking on me. I paid him. He wouldn't bring me up the hill." Simpson was jailed and charged, along with charges on 2 other cases of homicide. In all cases, the victim's wounds were to the head. Simpson's nickname was Benji, and among prosecutors, he gained the nickname Back of the Head Benji. 2 men tried to rob an ice cream man, Bright Anuha, a favorite ice cream truck that would allow you to buy candy on credit. He resisted the 2 men and he lost his life. 2 Simple City crew members were convicted of the crime. Homicides happened monthly in Simple City, but the assassination of 12-year-old Daryl Hall sent shockwaves through the city. Daryl was snatched off the street on his way home from school on a cold day in January 1997. His case spurred on the police and the public in action of a way that the older victims could not. The police believe infighting from cliques inside the Simple City crew was responsible for all the deaths that finally resulted in the loss of 12-year-old Daryl Hall. Prosecutors said the pace escalated when 26-year-old Gary Washington was slain as he left a funeral home on 50th Street and Nanny Helen Burroughs Avenue, where he had gone to pay for funeral services of his slain relative, Clarence Taylor. Taylor was also a member of the Circle crew, and he was taken out while he was sitting on his front porch. A man walked up behind him and aimed at the back of his head. A second person opened fire, striking his body. Taylor's slaying took place just hours after another member of the Circle crew was hit and wounded. Gary Washington died 4 days after Clarence Taylor. U.S. Attorney Eric Holder said it was the most publicized slaying in a neighborhood with a long history of violence. He also said, "The nature of the violence is shocking. The amount of violence is shocking. and the period of time over which it has occurred is shocking. The violence is random in some ways, but personal in some ways. A lot of it is just settling beefs, settling scores. Now that the attention that was given to young Darrell Hall's slaying has put gang violence back on the front burner in D.C., the police department dedicated 50 additional officers to a citywide attack on gang violence. The police said that the stepped-up presence of its officers established a deterrent force that was never there before, and it contributes to the new calm. But law enforcement sources said they were concerned that the violence will resume as people were being arrested for earlier crimes. Eric Holder especially had to put extra manpower into cracking down on the Simple City crew. The slaying of 12-year-old Darrell Hall was the latest in a series of 9 lives that were taken that police say they believe were all tied to fighting within the Simple City crew. Police said the violence began spring of 1996 when the gang of Simple City split into 2. One group known as the Alabama Avenue crew and the other as the Circle crew. Alabama Avenue is a street that runs through the Benning Terrace projects, and the Circle is a cul-de-sac that lay inside the Benning Terrace projects on 46th Place and G Street. 5 members of the Circle and 3 from the Avenue, along with a bystander, were massacred. Darrell Hall, who investigators said was associated with the Alabama Avenue crew, was abducted with a muzzle pointed to his head and taken to a ravine near the 800 block of Burn Street Southeast, just blocks away from Benning Terrace. He was popped in the head and the body. Police said he apparently was snuffed out in retaliation for a hit on the members of the Circle crew. 4 members were arrested on first-degree charges. The Eastgate crew was now neutralized because most of Eastgate housing projects was empty with boards on the windows, and demolition started the next year in 1998. Without a constant threat of the Eastgate crew, the Simple City crew split into cliques that then turned on each other. The police said that the cycle of retaliation produced an extraordinary amount of violence that left Darrell Hall, the 9th person in 9 months, assassinated from a spree of infighting. Most of the victims were in their late teens or early 20s. The police said that once the guy was no longer living, everybody had no problem saying what they did. The residents of Simple City and the surrounding neighborhoods had to live like they were survivors of war. The very first week of January 1997, multiple people called the police every day because they heard bang, bang, bang every day. With just a few days of peace, Darrell Hall was found on the 15th. Children of any age were never safe. One hot day in June 1993, a Simple City crew member sprayed a public swimming pool at Benning Park Recreational Center with a semi-automatic, sending 6 children to the hospital, ranging in age from 5 years old to 14. The crew was looking for a rival from the Eastgate crew, and it turned out he wasn't even there at the time. The event was national news, and President Bill Clinton condemned it. The hit at the crowded Benning Park pool during the summer was a spur-of-the-moment act for retaliation with the Eastgate crew that started in 1991, according to a crew member and the police investigators who questioned him. There was about 200 or more people at the pool, and they were mostly children. 10 or 20 pops were fired into the pool around 2 p.m., having everybody scrambling. 4 armed Simple City crew members went to the pool to fire up the whole junk because a boy from the neighborhood that was there at the pool earlier said that an Eastgate enemy was at the pool. The same crew member recalling the story for the police said he found out about the attack on the evening TV news, saying, "I didn't think they were going to do it. I said, damn, they did it." But to the rest of the Simple City crew members, it was just another hit. It was always said that neither he nor any other crew member gave it much thought. It wasn't a big deal around here. They do stuff like that all the time. Somebody's getting popped all the time. They don't really affect me though, he said. The Washington Post wouldn't ID the teenager in the article, and detectives verified everything he said to a reporter. One investigator said the teen has helped detectives close 3 or 4 cases based on his information. The suspect, a 14-year-old boy, turned himself into police and was charged with 6 counts of assault with intent. A 17-year-old boy, described by police as an accomplice, was arrested and charged with 1 count of assault with intent. Both were charged as juveniles. The crew member and detectives described how the feud with the Eastgate crew began in 1991. It's when 17-year-old Alfonso Capers from the Eastgate crew was fatally taken down in the 4400 block of F Street Southeast. An investigator explained it as Alfonso Capers was in an argument with the brother of someone associated with the Simple City crew. The case was closed after the suspected assassin was assassinated because of the Simple City Eastgate tit for tat. But the feud intensified 1 year later, when 19-year-old Chano Rucker of the 400 block of Burbank Street Southeast, his body was found in the 4800 block of Benning Road. Rucker was a member of the Simple City crew. The informant crew member said, "Once that happened, everything went wacko." Shortly after Rucker was hit, a Simple City crew member told his friends that he had took out Rucker accidentally while they were aiming and taking shots at the Eastgate crew. That didn't seem to matter to them though. The Simple City crew wanted revenge, the teenager said. He also said they're a little stupid. They just want an excuse to keep something going. Police officers said that as crew members watched friends pass away, some of them grew some sort of bloodlust as well as the conviction that they didn't have long to live anyway. Some started wearing bulletproof vests every day. And just to make sure that the victim wouldn't live to testify, the crew learned to pop people in the head. During all the warfare with the Eastgate crew, according to prosecutors, some Simple City members hung shoes on the power line on 46th Street in the middle of the neighborhood, each pair representing someone that was slain and laid to rest. So many shoes hung there that at one point, the power line sagged in the middle from all the weight. Then the power company had to come and repair it. Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Britton said that the bloodshed decreased in 1994, only after the Eastgate crew leaders were either in prison or no longer living. DC's public housing agency also was gradually shutting down the Eastgate projects. The saddest fact about the crew is that they're drawing younger and younger kids into the chaos. Crime specialists cite several causes for the rise of manslaughter among young people. They include the breakdown of the family unit. The criminal gang has become an alternative to family and have the influence of the drug trade. Many people imagine gangs to be highly organized, militaristic groups whose purpose in life is to commit crimes such as dealing illegal substances. That picture may be true in some places, but not in Simple City. They're not master criminals. A crime specialist said, "The reality is that they are loosely structured. These groups don't start out with crime in mind. They begin as identity groups. The boys in the neighborhood hang out together or grew up together. Many of them, but not all, eventually turn to low-level crime. A lot of these kids are people who have just gone to school together. They have established relationships and grow fond of each other. These boys didn't just so happen to get together." The sense of cohesion forms, and having a turf to protect can grow more powerful when crews develop a rivalry with crews from other neighborhoods. And many of the crimes are moments of passion or sudden opportunity that occur in broad daylight in front of witnesses. But those witnesses usually live in the same neighborhood and have strong reasons to not get on the bad side of anybody in the crew. That's why many people refuse to cooperate with the police. The two gangs, the Circle and the Avenue, would stand at either side of the neighborhood football field and throw threats and curses across the field for minutes at a time. This was the signal to the residents that they had 5 or 10 minutes to run for shelter before the bullets began to fly. Miss Ellen, a resident who lives next to the field, said that she and her family were indoors most days before 3 p.m., although the shooting could start as early as 11 a.m. They hadn't used her living room in 2 years. Her patio door, which was next to the playground, still had a hole in it. The projectile missed her daughter by inches. Miss Ellen used to watch her loudmouth young neighbors pass by her bedroom window carrying weapons. All she could do was draw the curtains. David Gilmore, the court-appointed supervisor over DC's Public Housing Authority, tried to inspect Benning Terrace, but his driver refused to drive into the heart of the projects. What he could see from the moving car, he felt was significant enough. Groups of young men, neither at work nor in school, despite the hour of the day, stood alert as if they were posted in a position in these thick starter jackets, despite the heat of the midday. They presided over an open-air drug market in the project's cul-de-sac, with 40-ounce malt liquor bottles and drug paraphernalia in plain sight. Mr. Gilmore didn't mind admitting that they scared him. As he drove away, there was no missing the warning sign among the graffiti written on the Simple City walls. You are now in the war zone. Mr. Gilmore reviewed the crime statistics, the unpaid rent, and the maintenance reports describing.
Like, that's crazy. Like, he went, like, most of the time, it seemed like it was like that in most, at that time in the 90s anyway. You know, a lot of the people were scared to go in certain neighborhoods, and a lot of those foreign crab drivers or whoever, they definitely wasn't about to be dropping you off in no hood. You know, like, thank God for Uber and shit now, because back then that shit wasn't happening with these little taxi cab drivers and shit.
The never-ending vandalism. He concluded that Benning Terrace was a lost cause, and some of the buildings had to be knocked down. But the news of a 12-year-old boy named Darrell Hall being abducted in broad daylight and found days later, beaten, executed, and frozen so solid that it took days to thaw his body for autopsy.
My God.
This was shocking, but another news report changed everything for Mr. Gilmore. This news made him suspend his demolition plan. The gangs had made peace. Overnight, it seemed the gangsters traded in their weapons for paintbrushes, their drug dealing for manual labor, their nihilism for community spirit. They traded one identity and one destiny for its exact opposite. A small group of 50-something-year-old men who considered themselves middle-aged survivors of 1991 were hanging out with their friend Tyrone Parker in his beauty shop in the suburb of Capitol Heights, Maryland, less than 2 miles from Simple City. Most of
Call it Capitol Heights a suburb is crazy. Because Capitol Heights is, woo, that's Maryland, but that motherfucker, I would not consider it that.
of them were former criminals, substance abusers, or both. They had rehabilitated themselves and one another through a string of interventions and religious awakenings that they were hard-pressed to recreate in their old age. Having survived, being locked up and being in the streets, they had become increasingly saddened by the dark cloud of grief in their D.C. hometown. Parker, a reformed bank robber turned parole officer, thought about it especially after losing a son to the same type of brutality. As they sat among the hairdryers at the shop Parker owned, the group's after-hours sports talk kept returning to talk of the community, eventually calling themselves the Alliance of Concerned Men. They decided to do something about it. Alliance member Eric Johnson said, "We were doing it without a plan, an office."
So this is always nice to, these kinds of things, like people who try to turn their lives around and try to do something positive within their communities, and we need more things like this, not nothing masonry, but just something that is for the people, not one thing, but multiple, resources and multiple places where our people can go for us, by us, to help each other. It's crazy. I just wish that we did have a better access to resources and how to utilize them for progression. So I don't know, y'all. It's tough.
A budget, a computer, or an agenda. Johnson was a recovering substance abuser who worked as a printer for the Treasury Department. Alliance member Pete Jackson explained that the group's goal was ambitious: to reduce DC's homicides by 50% in 2 years, and to make this a city where a woman could forget her pocketbook at the bus stop in the morning and find it still there when she came back for it after work. The Alliance has grown to include more men, with and without criminal pasts, but its mission still remained the same: working from their cars on their own time, at their own expense, and putting themselves in personal jeopardy. They went to the trouble spots looking for clusters of young men and talking to them. "We'd never tell them what they're doing wrong," said Mr. Jackson, who himself has progressed from inmate to deputy warden at a nearby prison. They didn't denigrate anybody's father, even the most absent ones. Instead, they started a program to transport 15 to 30 kids a week to visit their fathers in prison.
Wow.
The Alliance members never threatened the young men with any type of punishment because they knew from their own youthful experiences with ministers and police that such interventions could be counterproductive. More so, they believed that these young men knew
The approach. It's always about the approach.
what they were doing was wrong. What they didn't know was how to stop. The Alliance was determined to ask the gangs in Simple City what would it take for them to stop. Working with local officials, they quickly identified the leaders of the rival crews and hunted them down in the dark, trashy hallways of Simple City. Alliance member James Alsobrook, a recovering alcoholic turned car salesman, said of the danger that they faced, "We trust in God. Angels go in with us." Within a week of running the dangerous gauntlet between territories, Alliance members got both sides to agree to meet on neutral territory. Each agreed expecting the other not to cooperate. One unlikely peacemaker turned out to be Derek Ross, considered by law enforcement officials to be among the most dangerous men in DC. Ross has been suspected but not convicted of adult offenses. Those involved in the peace talks remember Ross, who at the time he was 24 years old, as being one of the most feared men in DC. Ross refused to attend the first two meetings, but he did show up for the third one. He scowled perpetually and refused to stand next to a rival from the Avenue crew in the prayer circle that began each meeting. Less than 2 weeks later, He would make the first unarmed, unprotected walk into a neighborhood war zone, an area off limits to both sides of the battlefield. He did it to demonstrate his faith in the truce and his commitment to his own personal rebirth. The journalist who interviewed Derrick Ross commented that the scowling, dangerous man was now hard to detect because of his attitude change. Ross's tall frame was relaxed and his handsome face was rarely...
Man, I can only imagine being in a fly on the wall during a peace talk in the hood with the gangsters. Lord. And I know Simple City to be a very, very rough area for a long time. And I know a lot of people from there, and a lot of people lost their life really, really young, you know. It's like young. Without a wide, toothy grin. Gone are the designer clothes and the expensive sneakers. His new uniform became that of the common working man. He wore with pride his working boots, DC Housing Authority Blues uniform, and a paint-spattered DCHA parka. He grins even when he's exhausted from a long day of landscaping, renovating apartments, and maintaining facilities at Simple City. Ross said, "I can live now. There wasn't nothing to smile at before." In 1981, at age 7, Ross had moved with his aunt and some siblings to Simple City. His father had recently passed away, and his mother was having a serious emotional crisis. At first, things went reasonably well, Ross said. "I was a nerd until then," admitting to selling newspapers in DC's subway stations after school from 5th grade through 7th grade. At that point, the housing projects was well maintained and violence was relatively rare. Soon Ross's petty crimes became worse. He was vandalizing public and private property, handling weapons, and having multiple children with multiple women. Driving a car that wasn't his finally got him sent to jail for the first time. He served 11 months at a youth facility and 8 months at a group home. He said his lesson learned was don't get caught. After that, he was in and out of detention until he was 18 years old. 6 years later, Ross found himself the unmarried father of 4 children by 4 different women, a high school dropout living in a war zone. Long before the Alliance showed up, Ross wanted a way out, not because of the devastation that illegal substances did on his community, and not because of the guilt. Ross said, "I never thought about scaring people or people getting hurt or nothing. I was just doing what you do to survive in Benning Terrace." He wanted out because the risk to himself had become too much. He knew it was just a matter of... And what I always take away is that I find it so interesting how many young men feel like, you know, these are choices that they got to make, and these are positions they are put in a lot of times, you know. And I think, yeah, we do got choices in life, but I do also understand like the other side of it too. And like sometimes, you know what I'm saying, it ain't always as cookie cutter as people try to make it seem. Like when people go into these lifestyles and they make these decisions, you know what I mean? And some of them, you know, I just say we always just can't judge everything. You know what I'm saying? You know, you shouldn't be doing no wild shit at the same time, but I can't judge you for what you're doing, young. I would hope that, you know, you would morally try to make a better decision. But I do understand the position that a lot of people grow up in, like not even just in DC, but like all over the country, you know. So for a time before he wound up in the cemetery or behind bars. What he didn't know was how to break the cycle. Judge just bring his gavel and you gone for 25, 30 years, and it's all legal. We all wanted to stop, but wasn't no way you could go first.
Someone you might have beat up in junior high school might come back one day and poof, you gone. Then the Alliance member showed up in Simple City. Ross said this while laughing. They kept trying to hug everybody. I knew they were cops just trying to scam us. Ross warned his friends to have nothing to do with the Alliance members, and yet he couldn't stay away from them. He couldn't pass up the free food and basketball games that they had arranged. At the Truth Talks, the Alliance members asked lots of questions, including a very difficult and obvious one. Why are you gunning for each other? No one could answer that question, but they could chronicle the escalation of the battles. No one could remember the initial disagreement with the other side. The Alliance focused the discussion towards life in the neighborhood, what they'd like to change about it, and how they could create change. The older men allowed the youngsters to name their own rules of conduct for the Truth Talks. No using the N-word, no profanity, no weapon.
And we got people out here, we niggas. Gotta stop. Gotta stop using all those words, man.
No interrupting each other, and no violence for the duration of the talks. At the first few meetings, the young men stood there quiet and passive, while the Alliance members led them in prayer. Meetings after that, the young men took the lead. It was their own idea to increase the frequency of the meetings to twice a week, and to move the meetings to Simple City from the office of Robert Woodson, the head of a DC-based advocacy group. David Gilmour was following the story closely in the news. 2 weeks into the peace talks, he offered to help. I knew they couldn't do it without the housing authority, he said. We were the landlords of most of the people involved. If people are dying in the streets, the housing industry has to be involved. Soon, the man who had planned to knock down their homes was calling the young men that he had feared his children, and they were calling him boss. Gilmour may not have had the street credibility of the Alliance members, but 30 years of running public housing, along with his training as a social worker, has taught him about the psyches of the long-term poor. Because of the news of young Darrell Hall, the anti-crime group the Guardian Angels had announced plans to paint over the graffiti in Simple City as a symbol.
Now I remember the Guardian Angels. I remember them.
Mad at the announcement, both gangs let it be known that they would not allow outsiders to do any such thing. In fact, new graffiti went up just to let the world know who controlled that area. Mr. Gilmour politely turned down the Guardian Angels. But then the young men confronted Mr. Gilmour, wanting to know why he didn't have the graffiti removed. To his credit, Mr. Gilmour didn't remind them who put it there in the first place, or that he knew the request was a trap. Many of the tags were memorials to slain friends, and removing them would be considered an act of war. Gilmour said, "I'm not going to remove it, but you might want to." Gilmour agreed to pay for a 6-month graffiti removal project at $6.50 an hour. None of the young men objected to the offer of manual labor. They all claimed that, contrary to public perception of males like them, they've always wanted to work but couldn't get jobs because of their criminal records and a lack of life skills. Within 2 weeks, the Alliance helped them get organized and produced a plan. All at once, these young men had what they wanted most: adult guidance, jobs, and a way out of street life. It was right about then that Derrick Ross crossed the football field that no one played on. "I knew it would never be real until somebody crossed over," Ross said. And then 36 young men went to work. As the Alliance members claimed, these young men didn't need anyone to tell them what they should do. Unprompted, they started the graffiti removal by taking down the declaration of the war zone. They taxed themselves from their own paychecks to build a basketball court for the younger boys. and to have 4 cookouts. They showed up before their shifts to inspect the grounds and to pick up any trash. Then they ran the remaining drug dealers out of their projects. The same natural leadership that made him among the most dangerous men in D.C., Ross then commanded respect by helping his neighborhood. When the younger males began dropping out of school to get jobs, Ross stopped them by developing a program that allowed them to work evenings part-time and on the weekend if they stayed in school. Ross completed his GED and attended a program at Catholic University training him to be a housing manager. Mr. Gilmore boasted that Ross scored among the highest of 450 applicants on an exam and interview.
Period.
Why was the Alliance able to do what years of peace marches, intense policing, pleas from community groups, neighbors, relatives, ministers, and government programs couldn't do? The Alliance helped provide 2 missing things.
Because they got in there. They actually got in there with them. Not just talking, but they really got in there with them boys. That's the difference, in my opinion, between that and any other preacher, because you can go and run your mouth all day, but actually being in the community and trying to be that progenitor of change is 2 different things. You know what I'm saying? Coming around when somebody get killed is completely different than working with people every day, trying to give them some type of hope that, they can do something different. Offering incentives. People like incentives.
Jobs and direct involvement with the young men. Alliance member James Alsobrooks said, "What usually goes on with these kids is all stick and no carrot. They'll go to jail if they break the law, and they know that. But they don't see another way besides the streets. It's all they know." With the help of Mr. Gilmore and Robert Woodson, former gang members were working hard to maintain a good relationship with the police. The Metro Police Department, in turn, credits the Alliance and the Jobs Program with turning Simple City around. It's not trouble-free, no, but not only is crime way down, the Alliance has greatly improved the quality of life. There's much less hanging on the corners, drinking, and profanity. People feel safe again. The police couldn't have brought those kids together. About 65 young people were working through the Ben and Terrace Jobs Program. Mr. Gilmore contends the program has actually saved the government money because it has kept officials from having to raise the project and relocate all those residents. Private sector jobs followed after a jobs fair, with hotels also offering employment. The Alliance helped the young men form a corporation, seeking construction contracts for renovating apartments. As far as gang colors, the Bloods may be biased towards the color red, and the Crips the color blue. But in Simple City, the colors that matter are yellow for the full-body workman slicker, blue for the blue uniform of the full-time DCHA worker, and white for the most important of white shirts, which identifies you as a DCHA supervisor. After a 4-block anniversary peace march from the Circle up to the Avenue, former gang member LaJohn Watson literally ran to the pulpit of First Rock Baptist Church across the street from Simple City Apartments to claim his white shirt and wrap it around himself like a Superman cape. In his acceptance speech, he spoke of the value of the little things that were nonetheless monumental to him.
Man, a lot of stuff popped off at First Rock Baptist Church too.
Such as his first driver's license. "I can pull it out now if the police stop me. I don't have to be afraid because I'm legal," he boasted. Alliance members helped the young men register their cars for the first time and negotiate the insurance, health care, and child support payments. They bought them their first suits and gave mass tie-tying lessons before the awards banquet. The men of the Alliance hug, praise, and chastise when needed. We're training these men to go back out into the community as antibodies against the negativity in their environments by helping them purge profanity and drinking from their gatherings, said Mr. Jackson. While the community efforts in Benning Terrace were hailed for their remarkable results over the first few years, by the late 2000s, violence resurfaced. In 2008, newly elected D.C. Mayor Adrian Fenty pledged support for the area by dedicating a new sports field and playground at the complex. But in March 2011, 13 young men living in Benning Terrace were indicted for violent crimes. Witnesses said they resumed old feuds that their uncles and older brothers already resolved. News channel WUSA 9 reported in 2019 a list of DC's public housing that desperately needed renovation or raising. DC Housing Authority Executive Director Tyrone Garrett compiled a list of 7 public housing complexes that were considered so deplorable that they need to be completely demolished according to a draft development plan. The list includes Fort DuPont Addition, Greenleaf Addition, Greenleaf Gardens, Kelly Miller Dwellings, Richardson Dwellings, Stoddard Terrace, and Woodland Terrace. Of course, I'll have to go visit all of these housing projects and take pictures before they're all knocked down. But Tyrone Garrett created a second list. The second list has 8 public housing projects that would receive major renovations. And at the top of that list is Benning Terrace. Then there's Fort DuPont Dwellings, Garfield Senior Terrace, Judiciary House, Kelly Miller Dwellings Townhouses, Langston Addition, Langston Terrace, and LeDroit Apartments. DCHA has a hybrid plan to preserve and modernize the buildings on site that currently provide the best living conditions for residents, which are the townhouses along Alabama Avenue, while redeveloping the rest of the property. Phase 1 is the redevelopment of the block to the east of 46th Street, which is shown on the site analysis map labeled the cul-de-sac, Front Street, and the courtyard. Significant regrading of the soil, new street alignments, and infrastructure are a part of this phase in order to allow for a loop street that will allow at least 2 ways in and out of this section. Phase 2 is to tackle the redevelopment of the portion of the block to the west of 46th Street. The area on the map labeled as the mid-rises. Phase 2 will allow for the creation of a traditional neighborhood design with street-fronting townhouses and stacked flats. A new management office and community center is also planned for Phase 2. Phase 3 is the modernization of the townhouses along Alabama Avenue and F Street. Since this is the final phase of the renovation of Benning Terrace, and completion of this phase is likely to extend out 5 to 8 years. Capital money will be invested in these structures to keep them in as good a condition as possible until residents can be relocated in anticipation of the start of Phase 3. At least 2,600 families are expected to be displaced from all the housing projects on this list. Benning Terrace was built in 1958. The property consists of 274 housing units in 8 3-story apartment buildings and 98 townhouses with 2, 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms. Did you know that the name Simple City is not an official name of Benning Terrace? If you ask any DC resident where the nickname came from, they couldn't tell you. Whoever I asked said that they have always known Simple City to be its name. I admit myself that I didn't know the name Benning Terrace as a child. I always knew it as Simple City, and I lived blocks away.
I was about to say the same thing. I always knew Simple City to be Simple City. I never, yeah, all that other shit, that's Simp. You know, we knew that was Simple City. So
Way in the Eastgate projects. I went to school with some of the kids from Simple City in the late 1970s and finally heard the name Benning.
and I told you I went to Fletcher Johnson. So hint, hint, nudge, nudge. So I know all about this here.
Terrace when I became an adult. I didn't understand that the projects near Benning Road in the Benning Ridge neighborhood was called Benning Terrace. So where did the nickname Simple City come from? Let me show you this article from 1956 in the Evening Star. This article was for and about young people in DC. This article explains the teen slang spoken by Black DC young people in the 1950s. Teenagers Ronald Sutton from Bell Vocational School and William Roberts from McKinley High School were among the teens interviewed and asked to describe and explain the meaning of the current Negro expressions. The slang term, "that's boss," means something very good. Records are called sounds, and the insane asylum is called Simple City. Or it was something tough or wicked. It was nice, but now it's wasted, meaning it's repulsive. And I'll say it again, that the term Simple City was a slang term used by Black teenagers in DC in the 1950s, and it was considered an insane asylum or something repulsive. It was nice, but now it's wasted. Since Benning Terrace was built in 1958, the name Simple City was applied to the apartment building complex right after people moved in by people in DC, and then the name stuck. My father, who lived in Lincoln Heights as a teenager, went into the military from high school in 1956, before Benning Terrace was built. When he came back 4 years later and was made aware of Benning Terrace, he knew it as Simple City. He made the assumption the name referred to the silly people that he met there. He considered them simple-minded, and my uncles, his brothers, agree. My father told me the story of him taking a young lady home who lived in Simple City. She instructed him to go to her building in the circle. My father said he noticed men fist fighting in the circle with a large, rowdy crowd surrounding them. There were people screaming and drinking. The women were as drunk as the men. It just looked like a total chaotic party. The bad part about the circle was that it was only one way in and one way out. He decided right then and there he can't date her anymore unless she moved. So let's look at some of the other slang terms from this article that they used. A boy named Sandy, nicknamed Fingers, a senior at Landon School for Boys, said, "People you don't like who are kind of square are onions." Or you can just say, "He's a real loser." But in another part of town, this losing onion will be called a squirrel. In the 1950s, the term squirrel was making a comeback from the 1930s. In DC, the Black teenagers were using terms that the white teens didn't understand, but were slowly learning. The greeting used by Black teenagers, "Hey man," was started to combat white men calling all Black males boy. Soon it spread nationally and became a common teenage greeting. Some of DC teen slang came from the black jazz musicians that would play on U Street Northwest in the clubs. Marianne Sensman, a 15-year-old Northwood High School student, said in the article that the boys and girls around her way are greeted with, "Well, what you say, man?" In the romance department, a boy and girl are 20-20 if the feeling is mutual between them. Sandy Cohen, a 17-year-old High Point High School student, was explaining the sound the girls would make when a boy would walk by. It's sort of a love call. The closest the paper could come to explaining the sound in words would be ah. If a teenager walked by without reacting, it is considered stuck up. He or she is a snookhead. Sandy also explained the police were called cops or the fuzz. But she said she heard the term fuzz from down southern Maryland, and she brought it back up here and it caught on. As for the cars, there are various slang terms like hot rods, jalopies, heaps, buckets, growlers, or scorchers. To accelerate fast around a curve so the back of the car would slide sideways is to spin out, which is the evidence of the tire tracks on the ground. Teenagers would yell, "Hawk that bad bomb," when they want you to see a car that's going so fast nothing can catch it. And to hawk something is to look at it like a hawk. When it comes to food and drink, there were several names for a glass of water. A pine float is water with a toothpick in it, or a glass of water with ice is H2O on the rocks, or a plain glass of water is a hobo sundae. And a pair of salt and pepper shakers are called the twins. If you're drunk, you're stoned, wasted, or you're out of it. As for any clothing that you might have worn, they were called rags, no matter how stylish they were. And your shoes were called carts. As for money, there's multiple terms like skins, pounds, coins, bills, or bread. When leaving the room, you're ripping it up. Or you can make like a tree and leave. Then there's the teen slang that was more like a joke when telling someone, "Hey, take it easy, greasy. You got a long way to slide." My father had slang for the girls in the family.
Yes, look at them. Beautiful. Look at her. Gorgeous.
Since there were more baby girls in the family, he'd say, "Hey, look at all these chicken heads." Because the girls would get together and start talking, all he'd hear was cluck, 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 cluck. All the kids in the family he'd call little chickens. Now all of us that's 50 years and older, he'd call us old hens. I went to Simple City to take pictures, and I was well aware that the black camera in my hands could possibly look like a weapon. So I purposely pointed up, just to let everyone know I'm taking pictures of the buildings. I didn't take pictures of people unless they gave me permission. While taking pictures of the buildings under renovation, I met a guy and asked his opinion of living in Simple City. And then I met an older woman and asked her the same thing. I promised not to take pictures of them or reveal any names. This is what they said.
Well,
Dangerous. It's all right.
it's dangerous to live in Simple City today.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Yeah, it's dangerous. I was just coming from the store a couple weeks ago, and they shot back 40 times.
How long you live here in Simple City?
I do.
How long you lived here? What is it like living here in Simple City?
It's If you don't mind, because last that long,
You don't want to
you told me your car.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Get your ass done.
You don't want to do myself. I'm gonna be real with you.
You don't want to live here? How long you've lived here?
I've been here since 2010.
So 13 years. Yeah. And this is not a good place to live. So are you gonna move somewhere else?
I really wouldn't want to move. I'm gonna just keep it real with you. I don't want to move because right here where I'm at, in this section right here, it's beautiful.
Yeah. And you got the train down the street.
They shoot all over this place, but we don't. They never shoot right here. If I could stay here, I would stay here.
The older woman said a whole lot more, and I listened for another 30 or so minutes. But she began to cry, and I also cried. I cried for her. I'll keep the rest of her conversation private. But she complained of her bad health, and I promised to bring her fresh food. 2 days later, I bought her a bag of veggies and recommended that she make a homemade chicken soup. The glisten in her eye and the nod of her head let me know that she didn't remember who I was. She looked at me like the stranger that I was and looked at me as if she has never met me before. So I continued to let her think I was a random person who was giving away a random bag of vegetables. I want to thank Timothy Johnson and Jesse Ingram for sponsoring this video. If you want to support my channel, you can.
Man, I love showing stuff like that. Just keep us in mind of all the things that we come from and some of the attempts that was made to try and make it better. And I think that we have to just keep that same mindset. So hang on for a second.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Peace and love, family. Hey, OTK.
What up, sissy? What's going on?
Nothing much.
Now I love you know me. I love stuff like that, like what you were showing about DC and stuff like that. That's why I tell you, man. You know, that's where your strength at too. And that was some good information. I never heard about white top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never heard about her. Now Odessa, I heard about her before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that number. A lot of our people, you know what I'm saying, was making it do what it do.
Word,
And I condone anything. I'm just saying things is getting done. How they was getting done. So what are you up to?
Nothing, man. Just chilling. About to start. Probably about to write this thing for the funeral tomorrow. I write it. Sometimes I don't finish it until the end. Until right before the but and I wanted to show you real quick, sis. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It's something I wanted to show you too. Oh, yeah. Not that one. Oh man, how the hell I lost that? They know they did something. Oh man, sis, I had something to damn show you. They done hit me with the buffoonery. Oh, maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot too, maybe. It's something I've been wanting to show you. What you got going on? What you got going on though? Tell people where to find you at, sis.
Yes, y'all can follow my YouTube channel, Sharice the Realist. Right there as spelt. And yeah, shoot, I do my own videos, but I be coming up under my brother OTK and just building and trying to just make myself more I guess more prevalent, or not prevalent, but I guess just put myself out here more. So y'all could just follow my channel. Yeah. I got some stuff popping up in the week.
Tell me, yeah. You can.
Real soon. But I was going, I don't know if you got something going. I was going to go ahead and roll out.
Yeah, we can close it out. I just want to show you something before we close it out. I know I got it. I'm looking for it, sis. I want to show you this, and I know you'd be interested in it.
Accessible. Thank you. I like that word, Enoch.
Oh man. Put it up. Put that ad.
Whoop, whoop.
You kind of whoop whoop. Put it up. That's crazy, man. Boy, sis, I had a fire video for you, man, for real. I might be overlooking it. I ain't gonna lie, I'm blow back too.
Shit.
I might find it real quick. Other than that, how your day been going though, sis?
Good. Just good, Shoot, they expected some snow and stuff to start real soon, so we'll see.
Yeah, we gotta get some hail. We gotta get some hail down here. We had a little ice when we had wake up. You know what I mean? We had a little ice. Oh, yeah,
I just found out some news too. I want to play it real quick.
Okay, go ahead. That's
Hold
good.
on.
That's right. I find this.
I just saw it. Let me look on my phone first so I can get the exact. That joint kind of just popped up. There we go. 2 seconds, man. Sentence. Okay, here you go. This wild stuff here.
Well, Sean and Susan, Jason Lewis received a sentence of 12 and a half years in prison tonight in a hearing that lasted about an hour and a half, and there were some tears in that courtroom tonight. And let me tell you this, that when some family members were given the opportunity to make a victim impact statement, one family member looked right at Jason Lewis and called him a coward. Another, Karan's grandmother, said to Lewis, "You broke our family with your actions, and I pray you have to think of him every single day." The judge in the case said that he believed that Mr. Lewis had made up the story of seeing a gun and a flash that night. But then he said, "I think that Mr. Lewis is a good man who committed a terrible crime." Here's the... On the eve of his sentencing, Jason Lewis, seen here with his attorney outside the courthouse last summer, sent a letter to the judge apologizing profusely, writing, "Everything that I've committed myself to in reference to giving young people opportunities to grow, learn, and progress has felt in vain. I wrecked so much that night." The letter included a photo of Lewis and his new baby girl. At the time of the shooting, Lewis was a D.C. government employee working with young people at the Department of Parks and Recreation. In the early morning hours of January 7th, 2023, prosecutors say Lewis grabbed his gun and walked out of his home on Quincy Street Northeast and opened fire on 3 teens he suspected of breaking into cars. He fired once at 2 teens in a car and twice more as Karan Blake ran toward him. As Lewis fired, a surveillance camera recorded Blake saying, I'm sorry, I'm a kid. I'm 12. At trial, Jason Lewis claimed he fired in self-defense after the teens in the car fired at him. However, prosecutors say that never happened, and none of the cameras at Lewis's house or anywhere in the neighborhood recorded a forced shot. Prosecutors also claim in a new filing, Jason Lewis potentially obstructed the truth from getting to the jury when his wife suddenly vanished during the trial. And although she was issued a subpoena, the U.S. Marshals could not find her. In a court filing, prosecutors say if Laprelle Ballinger didn't testify, it conveniently weighed in defendant's favor. Of course, defendant knows how detrimental her testimony would be to his own trial. Prosecutors anticipated Ballinger would testify, having only heard 2 gunshots that night. In a filing of its own, the defense says Ballinger had her own attorney, who had been advised she had a privilege not to testify. Now, although the defense asked that Jason Lewis be given the opportunity to turn himself in, the judge denied that. He was what they called stepped back immediately. The U.S. Marshals took him into custody. He asked that he be placed in protective custody. The judge said he couldn't order that, but he could recommend it. It's unclear why they want him in protective custody. That's the latest here from D.C. Superior Court. Now back to you.
Paul Wagner with the latest for us tonight. Paul, thank you.
If you were caught in the middle of a small...
Yeah, that's what I like to watch on my own time. Love to watch a little How to Beat, okay? Anyway. Yeah, I just wanted y'all to see that. I do, shoot. I be like, hey, you never know when the situation gets tough, man. You might need to maneuver too. You might be in a tight
How to
spot.
get
You never know.
right.
Y'all should watch that. It's good, actually. But I did want y'all to kind of see that, though. Yep, the man got 12 and a half years for shooting that little boy. And I
Damn.
kept saying, he just go out here and shoot this little boy. People kept saying he was trying to steal the man's car. I'm like, so what? Now, I'm not saying it's right to steal a car, but come on now. You gonna go out there and shoot the little boy? So I don't know what's worse.
Let's go, Texas. Oop. Oop.
I do not
Good
know
play.
what's worse.
Good play. Oh, a flag. Oh, all right, sis. Before we close out, let's watch this real quick. All right.
Okay.
All right. This ain't the one I want to show. I want to show you one about the DC dude. I think he wasn't from DC, but he moved to DC and he had a girl and she didn't know he had a whole nother family in New York and he tried to rat on her in jail and shit. I don't know if this is the one or not, but let's see.
One more time. I'm back better than ever. Hell yeah. I'm back better than ever.
They have a lot of respect for me. Everywhere I go, even the young drug dealers, when I'm out walking, they'll come up to me and say, "Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you cleaned up this place. Glad you cleaned up this area. As you stop selling dope, we can do it better."
Get on. Well, I need to talk to you. It's emergency. Well, yes. Okay. All of us. FBI.
Drug ring trial in Washington, 24-year-old Rayful Edmond convicted of running a $2 million a week cocaine crime outfit in the nation's capital. The one-time schoolyard basketball star faces a mandatory life sentence now. 10 co-defendants, including friends and relatives, were found guilty on related charges. Security surrounding the trial was unusually tight. Names of the jurors were kept secret even from the judge and lawyers to guard against possible reprisals.
Just about everybody inside the jail in some way, shape, form, or fashion is dealing in drugs, either directly or indirectly.
He was caught and 2 years ago struck a deal with the feds. Ever since, he's been telling them exactly how he pulled it off.
In some way, Babe Ruth, the crack. My mother always wanted a nice big house, so I wanted to be able to buy that for her one day. She always wanted a Mercedes. I wanted to be able to buy that for her.
This is your watch.
Yeah, it used to be my watch.
Used to be your watch. The government now has this watch.
Yeah, the government owns it now.
How much did this watch cost?
Close to $100,000.
Was this typical of what you would buy when you were?
Typical things that I would buy when I was home.
Well, you were fancy.
Yeah, I was real jazzy. Yeah, I like try to have a lot of class.
It's the last day of July in 2024. It's been 35 years since Rayful Edmonds been seen in the public environment. He was seen at an airport with the quote, "I'm back and I'm better." Now, with that video making its rounds on social media, the family TV had to bring it to you guys' attention. But we here to bring the truth. That don't look like a video of a man who's back and he's better. They look like a man who been home, who very sharp, that as a confidential informant, he's been seen, threading lightly, taking the public transportation.
I'm back better than ever. Hell yeah. I'm back better than ever.
Man, we talking about a man who got his mother 25 years in jail.
Because I wanted to put it all behind me. I wanted to help my family. First of all, that was the first thing that gave me the motivation. My mom, my aunt, and my 3 sisters.
His mom, his sisters, brothers-in-law, and others were all in the family business with Edmond and are all serving time. His mother and sisters are together at the Alderson prison camp in West Virginia. The feds told Edmond they would not recommend a sentence reduction for him, but they agreed to go to bat for his 56-year-old mother, who was sentenced to 24 years in prison for her role in Rayful's drug enterprise.
That's my mom. I love her, so, when I miss her.
But fam, when you doing all that in the streets, man, you can't just think about your mother. You gotta think about the mothers you affect, the people you telling on, and the kids you taking away from their mothers. It's a real thing. Now, Rayful Edmonds went from one of the most dangerous, beloved people in the nation's capital to one of the biggest wrecks we're ever see today. So today we're gonna go to DC, fam. We're gonna take it back to the 80s. We're gonna get in the mind of a man.
I ain't know it was that one, but I don't mind showing that another day. You know what I mean? I ain't know I ain't know he got his mama no time. Damn.
Yeah, he tried to get her. I mean, I don't know. I think something happened where he was able to get her less time, but yeah.
That's crazy as fuck, though. Damn. Okay, sis. Well, shit. I'm gonna go ahead and say peace and good night, and shit. You can go ahead and close it out, baby. Love you as always. I'll talk to you. Call me.
All right.
All right.
Shit, all right, y'all. I'm about to get on out of here. I hope y'all had a good night. We hung out for 5 hours. I think that's pretty good. So yeah, I'm getting tired. Ready to definitely go to bed, take a nap. You know, all that good stuff. So y'all stay safe out here. And we'll be back tomorrow, you know. Shoot, I'll be back with some information tomorrow, but it's Friday night, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, it was just time to relax. So anyway, y'all stay safe.